Good morning. If you're joining us, we are waiting for all the individuals in the wait room to be admitted. We'll get started in a moment. Good morning to everyone joining us. We will get started in a moment as soon as we are made aware that the wait room, everyone in the wait room has been admitted. Well, good morning. Today is Tuesday, April 6th, 2021. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
Commissioner Sobroff,
Here.
Commissioner Briggs, currently absent. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Madam President.
Thank you very much. Welcome to everyone joining us this morning. Commissioner Briggs will be joining us. He, like many of us over the course of this pandemic, is suffering some technical difficulties. He will be joining us shortly. Our agenda was published last week, but before we turn to it, a few reminders for everyone. All public comment will be heard on item 2 on the agenda, to which we will dedicate a total of 45 minutes. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. And at the request of the speaker can be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking other individuals who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. If you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, there are several ways for you to do that. First, in advance, of course, you can submit written public comment to the email address policecommission@lapd.online. If you have logged in to Zoom today, you can raise your virtual hand. If you have called into the number listed on the agenda for the Zoom meeting, you can press *9 if you want to speak on the agenda item. Similarly, there's also a way to simply listen to the meeting and not participate, and you can call into any of the phone numbers listed on the agenda that are designated for call-in and listening purposes. With that said, let's turn to the agenda. The first item on the agenda is the report of the Chief of Police. Chief Moore, sir, the floor is yours.
Morning, Madam President, members of the Commission, Inspector General, Mr. T-Fank, City Attorney. As I do each week, I'm going to speak briefly on the status of our this COVID pandemic, on department operations, and then go into significant events over the week, given actually 2 weeks, given the extent of which I wish to cover some information on Echo Park. I'm going to limit my remarks on other significant events, and then speak to 3 officer-involved shootings that occurred over this period of time, as well as a non-tactical unintentional discharge, what people may concern as an accidental firing of a firearm that was not involving a police action. I'll also talk about crime and the status of our efforts to combat particularly violent crime, our traffic stats, and then lastly, I'll close with our personnel strength, both sworn and civilian. And as I start with COVID, the county, as we all know, entered into the orange tier yesterday, which is continued efforts to actually reward our society as we begin to open up, as we begin to hopefully see the tail end of this pandemic and its impact on all of our lives. And it's such a tremendous tragedy that we've seen. Much of what the county is seeing, what we share here within the organization as well. That meaning that we continue with personal protective equipment, the importance of face covering, social distancing, and limiting our engagement, as well as the importance of the vaccine. Since our last meeting, We have vaccinated an additional 582 individuals and now have just under 6,000 members of the organization that have had the first dose of their vaccine. The second dose has now been given to 3,711 personnel, which is the increase of nearly 1,000 additional members of the organization. I'm proud of these numbers that our people are leaning into this. Our efforts are ongoing to educate the remaining members of the organization and encourage them to take advantage of this vaccine. We're going to, in that effort, also provide, while our members have received through the department the Moderna vaccine, we're also availing to them the Johnson & Johnson vaccine through the cooperation with the fire department as an effort to overcome if there's some aversion to the particular vaccination. The members of the public as well as the department are all reminded that these vaccines are all very effective. They all are, many would say, ubiquitous one to another, but in the efforts of just overcoming anxiety and resistance that we do know exists on the public side as well as the department, we're making this outreach and this effort. Regarding the number of personnel that are at home because of quarantine and recovering from this pandemic, that number is now 81. That number, our last meeting was 95, so that number has continued to improve as well. And we now have 2,634 of our personnel that have recovered fully from this pandemic and from this virus and are back at work. Unfortunately, I still have a member of the organization that is in very grave condition, attempting to survive from this pandemic. I'd ask for everyone's continued support of him as he struggles to overcome this. Today, we have just under 2,700 of our personnel that have sustained or been impacted by this pandemic through this virus. Lastly, as we've entered into the orange transition or the orange tier on the way to the yellow tier is our hopes with this pandemic ending, the organization has gone through its operations to begin a transition plan for its uniform station operations, as well as our volunteers, our front desk operations, and our youth programs. All of these are all in compliance with LA County's evolving requirements. Our hope is to begin opening desk operations more broadly within the next few weeks. However, we're going to follow closely the infection rate, both of our personnel as well as with the overall public, before we open that up to ensure the safety of all involved. The members of the public are reminded that you can still obtain police services both by our 911 service as well as our 7-digit non-emergency number, and also going to a station and alerting the station through a intercom system, and we'll step out and provide services. The desk services, while it's an inconvenience, we know our effort is to reestablish it as we transition into the broader frames of this pandemic hearing system. Let me move next to significant events, and as I said earlier, I'm going to focus my events on the Echo Park operation that department was requested to participate in, and then go into my other portions. I want to remind the public, and we've tried to communicate this, and I think it's important to continue to stress it, that our role at the Echo Park closure was to provide for the safety of all personnel, both department as well as city employees, as well as people experiencing homelessness and the surrounding community as protesters alike. The park, the Rexon Park determination to close the park was not a department determination. It was a decision made by the mayor's office in concert with this Council District 13, Councilman O'Farrell, as well as with Rexon Parks personnel as to the state of the park and its safety. Additionally, the planning for the operation involved the Rexon Park Department of Transportation, park rangers, LASA, the mayor's office, city attorney's office, and LAPD, and it was led by Council District 13. This was not a closure that was led by the department. Our role there, again, was to provide for the safety of all involved. Included in this, and otherwise our involvement would have not been there, was an extensive outreach by Urban Alchemy. It was a private community-based organization that services were obtained by Council District 13 to provide extensive housing assistance, including ongoing outreach to members within the park that are experiencing homelessness, including the Project Room Key accommodations, as well as other accommodations that would meet the needs of each individual. This began in January of this year and included a daily effort by this outreach and engagement. Now, this location, unfortunately, has experienced violence from both within the homeless encampment that was there, as well as in instances where Rec and Park and LA sanitation personnel attempted to do organized cleanups. And the planning team, based on that past experience, also recognized that the reports that there were advocates that were encouraging additional personnel to come to the park, even as Urban Alchemy was placing individuals and advising individuals that the park would be closing in the coming weeks and months. So that ongoing effort by apparently other advocates who desired, as the park population was reduced by placement, we saw a insurgent or a resurgence of additional members of people coming into the park and using it as an encampment. Given the concern for the organized and large-scale efforts to thwart the closing of the park, the team decided that the exact date to actually close the park, we provided 24-hour notice that the park would be closed formally, and that people would everyone within the park would have to leave, that exact date would not be announced weeks in advance. However, again, the community surrounding the area, as well as those within the park, were repeatedly told that the pending closure of the park was approaching and that people would be required to leave. Towards the end of March, despite the placement by Urban Alchemy, there was approximately 50 to 60 individuals who remained in the park, with an approximate 100 unoccupied tents additionally. On the 23rd of March, rumors swirled that there was a pending announcement of the closure, and advocates called for protests to occur at the site. On the morning of the 24th, hundreds of individuals gathered peacefully to oppose the park closure. On the evening of the 24th, the evening of the 24th, Rec and Park, this Wednesday, the Rec and Park staff, supported by park rangers and the LAPD, closed the surrounding area and posted signs announcing the pending closure of the park in a 24-hour period. The closure of the immediate area around the park was done to allow the Rec and Park fencing contractors to erect a fence around the perimeter of this multi-acre park. Protesters gathered in the hundreds, and uniformed members of the department maintained the security of the perimeter, allowing contractors to work uninterrupted. Members that were within the park using the encampment were advised that they could remain there overnight, but they would not be allowed to leave and come back. And again, housing outreach and support was continued during this period of time. Based on instances of violence that occurred that Wednesday night against officers as well, an unlawful assembly was declared and protesters were ordered to leave the area. Fortunately, that order did not have to be enforced, but with the arrest of one individual that was involved in an assault, I understand, involving a member of the organization. The violent actions of the protest group ceased, and as well as I announced over social media that reminded people that the occupants within the park would be allowed to remain overnight, and that Urban Alchemy would continue to do outreach to encourage the remaining individuals to accept housing. Resultingly, the members of the protests that were there largely dissipated shortly after midnight, and the rest of that morning was quiet into the following day. There were small numbers of protests. The fencing was completed, and the outreach continued into the 25th. In the afternoon and evening of March 25th, approximately 200 demonstrators gathered outside of Councilman O'Farrell's office on Sunset Boulevard. There, the protesters spilled into the street, blocking traffic, and a department sound truck was called to come up to the location to communicate with the protesters. It's unfortunate that action, that the sound truck and the personnel within it were overtaken by protesters and became trapped in an alley, and it was vandalized. Officers were needed to put out a help call in order for uniformed officers to respond to rescue those officers. I'm happy to say that there were no officers that were injured as a result of that engagement. One moment. On that same day at about 5:30 in the afternoon, as this group outside the council's office had grown to about 500, about 100 of those individuals broke off and walked towards Echo Park. The belief by the personnel on the scene was that the effort was to go and overrun the park and overrun the fence. Members of the organization formed what was called a blocking force, or basically stood in the street and stopped and prevented them from going to or getting to the park. During this incident, many demonstrators used high-powered LED strobe lights and began aiming them at the officers' faces, causing temporary blindness. Efforts to de-escalate the situation, an effort to try to explain to the crowd why the officers were there and why the streets were closed, were not met with success. The officers attempted to get members within this protest to stop using strobe lights in order to continue to remain in the street and continue their protest. Unfortunately, individuals did not comply. And over the course of the hours that followed, an unlawful assembly was declared multiple times, and the crowd continued to use strobe lights on officers and refused to move. Several declarations were made, including one directed at members of the media and the National Lawyers Guild for them to leave the area that was directly in front and provide a viewing station nearby. Several attempts to de-escalate were met with negative results. A decision was made to make an arrest of all personnel that remained in this closed area after repeated orders for them to leave, pursuant to the unlawful actions, which were not just the strobe lights, but were also projectiles that were thrown at officers. As a result of that, 185 people were arrested that evening, including members that were later identified as the media. Those individuals, while detained on scene with credentials, were released from that scene. Additionally, there were 3 additional individuals that were transported and later identified themselves as being involved as media. They were released once their arrest at jail division, and all arrests of all individuals were completed within 3 hours from the moment in which people came into custody. Following the arrest of those 185 people, the remainder of the protesters left the location that evening. In discussion with the mayor and council of District 13, I made the decision to direct the operations commander to allow the remaining individuals who were inside the park to remain overnight, and that outreach efforts would continue in the morning. By this time, the number of individuals remaining in the park were in the single digits. Ultimately, over the course of that evening and into the following morning, everyone within the park accepted housing or left the park location, except with the exception of 2 individuals. One of those individuals had been a longstanding individual there, an advocate, as my understanding. The other individual had been recently arrived from the Venice area to become occupying or staying in that encampment. Those 2 individuals were arrested approximately midday and without incident, and were released outside of the park later, shortly thereafter. The protest activities largely ceased, and the deployment of LAPD personnel over the next days were significantly reduced, eventually to only a few patrols over the weekend to ensure the security of that perimeter while the park remains closed, and ongoing repairs as we speak. Now, I have directed the completion of an after-action report detailing the planning and execution of this entire operation, including strategies, objectives, and underlying rationale for the decisions that were made. This report will be forwarded to this board for your review, as well as for the city council, who's called for a report of actions taken, resources assigned, arrests, use of force, complaints of misconduct, as well as the role of the media and our handling of members of the media detained in the second night of the operation. Over the course of this incident, there were a total of, on the first night, 1 arrest and 2 less lethal beanbag deployments. On the second night, this was where the 185 arrests occurred for failure to disperse. There were 7 beanbag deployments, 1 40 millimeter and 4 37 millimeters. 37 millimeters, as a reminder to the public, are a less lethal round that are fired or just deployed in front of a crowd, in an effort to disperse that crowd following an unlawful assembly, in an effort to clear an area. So these numbers also are significantly reduced from what we saw this past summer during similarly large-scale protests which involved violence. There were 2 individuals that have been identified to date who suffered injuries, one to a wrist, one to a concussion, that the department is making every effort to interview and ascertain the nature of those injuries and our involvement. There are 2 officers that reported injuries, primarily back strains and knee strains, as a result of their work on that evening. Let me say that overall, I would have preferred that the Echo Park closure and that facility being fenced would have been accomplished without any police involvement. However, in light of prior efforts by Rec and Parks and Los Angeles sanitation personnel, where they met resistance and violence, coupled with calls for physical resistance by both occupants as well as advocates, this required our presence to ensure the safety of everyone involved. There's 2 takeaways for me today. First, We need to communicate and continue to work better with our media representatives from radio, print, television, and social media. Our credential processing, both emergency processing for individuals who arrive from other parts or arrive on the scene of an event, as well as our credentialing of individuals involved in social media versus the more traditional forms of media, needs to be clarified. Captain Stacy Spell has had an ongoing media group engagement with the people I spoke about here and representatives from the various forms of media. And I've directed that we obtain from those individuals their definition of how credentialing should be accomplished, as well as who constitutes a member of the media. Just last night, social media post was sent to me of an individual taking their own capture their own video as they donned what appeared to be a ballistic vest with the inscription of press attached to it, a helmet, as he spoke with sarcasm about this being their play acting as he was actively engaged in protest activity. That's the challenge that we have, is identifying who within the group are bona fide members and legitimate members of media, and those that are instead using that as a cover or concealment of their actions, which do include acts of violence and attacks. My commitment to this, so as I said to the LA Times, and I'll say to everyone here, we recognize the critical need for journalists and for a free press to exist if this democracy will exist. And this department will do everything within its power to facilitate every member of the media to be present and to observe our actions. And when necessary, we ask for their cooperation for their safety, as well as the safety of our personnel, as well as we deal with chaotic and uncertain circumstances. Finally, finding an effective solution to housing while also balancing the rights of all communities must be a continued focus of our elected leaders, as well as all advocates. Having to resort to the use of police resources must continue to be a last resort and not a first resort. And that this solution on Echo Park, while needed for the safety of the community, for the restoration of that park, I regret required this. However, I also reflect that the personnel within the park all left without force, all left with the exception of 2, without necessitating any police action. And I believe that is a reminder to all of us of the necessity as protests and demonstrations occur to exercise them in a lawful way, but also in a peaceful, nonviolent way. Let me move over to force investigation officer-involved shootings. We had 3 officer-involved shootings during this period of time, all involving where the individual was struck, and one, as I indicated earlier, non-tactical unintended discharge. The first one occurred in Olympic Division on the 23rd of March at approximately 2:20 in the afternoon at 1130 South Vermont Avenue. This is the Olympic station. Their uniformed officers were assisting a community member outside the north doors of Olympic Station. The officer's body-worn video captured that an individual later identified as Nakia Brown, a male black, 35 years, was waiting in the background. Once the officer finished assisting the community member, the officers observed Mr. Brown produce a handgun. A help call was broadcasted and additional uniformed officers responded. Officers gave Mr. Brown multiple commands to drop the gun. However, he refused to comply. Mr. Brown raised the gun in the officer's direction, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. Mr. Brown was struck by gunfire and was taken into custody without further incident. He was transported by rescue ambulance to a local hospital where he underwent surgery. Mr. Brown was arrested for brandishing an imitation firearm, and a mental evaluation unit was notified of the incident. An imitation firearm was recovered at scene, and no officers were injured during this incident. Force Investigation Division personnel did respond and are investigating this incident. Second incident involves an officer-involved shooting in the Rampart area at approximately 3:50 in the morning on March 29th in the area of 8th Street and Bixel. There, Rampart uniform officers observed an individual later identified as Matthew Blaylock, male black, 37 years of age, as he walked in an alleyway. As they approached him, the officers exited their vehicle and observed a handgun in the front pocket of Mr. Braylock's sweatshirt. The officers gave Mr. Blaylock commands to stop, and the suspect refused to comply. Mr. Blaylock fled on foot and refused multiple commands to stop and was chased by the officers. As he fled, Mr. Blaylock fell to the ground and a handgun fell to the ground. And despite officers' orders for the suspect, Mr. Blaylock, not to touch the handgun, body-worn video depicts Mr. Blaylock grabbing the firearm and an officer-involved shooting occurred. Mr. Blaylock was struck by gunfire and was taken into custody without further incident, and he was transported to the rescue ambulance to a local hospital and unfortunately succumbed to his injury. His firearm was recovered, or the firearm was recovered at the scene. No officers were injured during this incident, and Force Investigations Division responded, as did the Office of Inspector General and the Los Angeles District Attorney's officer-involved shooting rollout team. This next incident occurred this past week on April 2nd at approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday in the area of 7th and Alvarado at the MacArthur Park area. There, at approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Rampart officers responded to a report of a woman inside MacArthur Park firing a handgun into the air. An airship arrived overhead, and the individual later identified as Michelle Buluhan, a female white, 43 years of age, pointed the handgun at the air unit and as she continued to walk through the park. Patrol officers responded and arrived on scene and tracked her as she walked along the shoreline of the lake. Rampart officers attempted to communicate with Ms. Buluhan for several minutes, giving her commands to drop the handgun. Despite these attempts, Ms. Buluhan raised the handgun and pointed it at the officers, resulting in officer-involved shooting. After being struck by gunfire, Ms. Buluhan dropped her handgun and entered the lake, where she remained for approximately 2 hours and 20 minutes. Ms. Buluhan eventually surrendered to the officers and was taken into custody without further incident. She was transported by a rescue ambulance to a local hospital where she underwent surgery for gunshot wounds to her torso and arm. I'm happy to report that she's expected to survive and is listed in stable condition, and that there was no officers that were injured in this incident, and a loaded firearm was recovered from the scene. My last report on this is a non-tactical unintentional discharge that occurred outside the city on April 2nd at approximately 11:45 at night in Tucson, Arizona. There, an off-duty officer was at a hotel located in the city of Tucson, Arizona, and he stated he was cleaning his handgun in his hotel room when he had an unintentional discharge. The round impacted and lodged in an interior wall. Fortunately, no one was injured as a result of this. And Tucson Police Department did respond and conducted a preliminary investigation. Force Investigations Division was notified and is working in cooperation with Tucson Police Department in investigating this incident. And the results of this investigation will be brought before this commission. In regards to crime, I'm going to report that we have remained an 8.2% reduction in overall Part 1 crime. However, we have a 2.3% increase in violent crime. It continues to center around aggravated assaults and homicides. Homicides today, we have 92 homicides as of this past Saturday versus 70 during the same period last year. That's an increase of 22 homicides. Our largest challenge today remains with victims that are shot. 376 people have been shot in the city of Los Angeles year to date. That number was 203 last year. It's an increase of 173 victims. That's an 85% increase. Over this, the two factors impacting this the greatest are gang-related shootings, as well as persons experiencing homelessness. On gang-related shootings, homicides have increased by 50% this year to date versus last, and shooting involving what individuals we believe involved with gang violence or gang involvement has increased by 47% during the same period. What's driving this is availability of weapons, as evidenced by the number of firearms that we have booked. This year to date, we booked over 1,552 firearms. That same number last year was 904. That's an increase of 71%. Additionally, our weapon arrests, these are not regards to officers who arrest an individual during the course of a robbery or an aggravated assault or homicide where they're armed with a firearm, but just solely a weapon, has increased by 92%, with 1,500 individuals arrested year to date for possession of a weapon versus 781 last year. Just yesterday, I met with the special agent in charge of our ATF here for this region, as well as our FBI partners over the last few weeks, and our federal prosecutors, and they're helping us in identifying the source of these guns, as well as federal prosecutions for those that have prior acts of violence and are in possession of a firearm. It's my hope that those enforcement efforts will help all of us deter this level of violence. I've spoken many times about
Chief, you've gone on mute, sir. After you said I've spoken many times, you went on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've spoken many times about the critical importance of prevention and intervention work, and I don't mean to minimize that today. I want to just focus on the critical, that the fact that our federal partners are, as we're seeing violence across the United States, are focusing their efforts on those that are purveying guns to our communities, as well as those that are involved in serious acts of violence with prior criminal histories that are in possession of guns. That has proven in the past to be helpful to us. I'm going to quickly on officer-involved shootings. Our total number this year now stands at 12. Last year, that number was 6. We have a total of 4 fatalities this year. That number last year was 1. Our 4-year average for officer-involved shootings by this time of year, at this time of year, is 7.5, and our total number of fatals is 2.5 as far as a 4-year average. So we have seen increases. Our initial work, we've not seen any initial grouping or geographically as per se in a neighborhood or particular MO. But as a reminder, our use of force report for 2020 will involve not just the analysis for last year's use of force at all levels, but will also involve an update of what our effort, of what experience we have in the first 3 months of this year. I expect that report to be in front of the commission towards the 1st of May, would be my expectation. Traffic, I want to point out just quickly that on the need for attention to serious injuries and fatals, they are increasing to our pre-pandemic levels. So as traffic is returning and as our communities are opening up, we're beginning to see serious instances of traffic collisions involving serious injury or death to increase. Year to date, we have had 23 serious injuries or deaths in relationship to 15 last year. As we look at that number, that's an increase though, not just over last year, which were pandemic, but also 2019 and 2018. So this is an area that I want to draw public attention to for prevention. Our enforcement efforts will continue on speed-related collisions, as well as right-of-way and DUI. We do see DUI-related collisions going up. The number of, we've had 6 fatal DUI collisions this year versus 3 last year. And we look back to the prior years. In 2019, that number was 4. In 2018, that number was 1. So these are increases that, while single digits, are demonstrative of an underlying level of dangerousness, and it is related to speed. Lastly, bicyclists involved collisions. We've also seen an increase from earlier years, not this past pandemic period, but back to 2018 and before. And so I want to remind the public that as we begin to open up our communities, the need to slow down, to honor the rules of the road, and to drive and ensure that we're not driving impaired and that we have designated drivers is critical. Our last issue to talk about is our personnel strength. Our sworn staffing today is at 9,615. That's 136 below our budgeted level for fiscal year 2021. And our civilian staffing is at 2,097, which is 43 personnel below our fiscal year 2021 budget. Those numbers at 179 fewer personnel below the earlier budget cuts are causing and are impacting our operation, both in the back office per se, the administrative and professional services, as well as our uniform deployment. And I look forward to restarting our academies so that we can meet our attrition and meet our budgeted numbers that have been approved, recognizing that those numbers were substantial cutbacks in our overall staffing as an organization. And that concludes my remarks. I appreciate your patience on this. I know my Echo Park description was involved, but
Thank you,
It
Chief.
was also involved operation.
Thank you. I do have a number of questions. I'm sure other commissioners do. To the extent you can be succinct in answering them, I'd appreciate it, Chief, because I'm sure there are a number of questions today. Chief, can you advise me, is there one consistent policy or one policy coming from the city as to the use of parks and the encampments and when they will be taken down, or is it decided on a case-by-case basis?
Currently, it's decided there's an overarching prohibiting camping and sleeping or camping in a park day and night. However, there's been, with this pandemic, an erosion of that unequally, not uniformly, across the many hundreds of parks in the city. I am looking to our council office as well as the mayor's office to form a consistent policy so that the public understands what the expectations are relative to the allowance of individuals using parks for encampments.
And with respect to Echo Park, to your knowledge, did everyone who was living there get a home or a placement?
All but 2 individuals who were offered and ultimately refused. They were arrested and later released, and I do not know whether they eventually took additional housing.
In your report, Chief, you mentioned violent actions by members of a protest group. Can you briefly explain, what are you talking about when you say violent actions? What was happening?
Two times or 2 different ways. Prior to this operation, there were an effort to do a cleanup at the Echo Park location. And during that organized posted cleanup, the members of LA Sanitation and park rangers that were present were assaulted. And in that time, LAPD officers responded that were needed to respond to defend sanitation personnel, protect them as well as park rangers, and restore order. Additionally, during the operation itself, there were protest activities that involved on the first night with the demonstrations, an effort to pull an officer into a crowd, as well as some minor instances of items being thrown. On the second night, it was a different crowd or different protest group, if you will, because they resorted to more aggressive tactics of actually throwing more items, as well as the use of these LED high-powered strobe lights, and which we have seen not in LA, but we have seen across the country and other parts of the world as an effort to cause temporary blindness for the officers that are there. This is an outgrowth of where we've also seen green lasers used, which actually have caused permanent damage. I'm not clear as to the potential for permanent damage for strobe lights, but on that evening, over the course of hours, in my own personal communication with the commander of the incident commander, I was told repeatedly of how officers were experiencing blindness and could not see protests in front of them, and also defend themselves from people who would throw items or other projectiles at them. And that was causing their safety to be in jeopardy.
Previously, Chief, we at a prior meeting had talked about glasses that assist officers in that situation. But that was, I think, in our conversation regarding the lasers, not necessarily strobe lights. Is different equipment needed with respect to strobe lights versus lasers, or is it a different type of glasses for protection?
That's an area that we're looking at. You're right. In the aftermath of last summer's involvement of lasers, the mayor supported the provisioning of thousands of glasses for our personnel. We had those glasses on scene. It's my understanding they were not effective in deterring this action. So this is an area that we're going to actually see this moving forward, is that we're seeing emerging tactics by protests and demonstrators, some of them involving the potential or actual injury to our personnel that we've not seen before. And we're in the midst of developing what are the countermeasures? How can we protect our personnel with safety equipment so that they're not injured by these actions?
Thank you, Chief. I do have a few questions on the members of the media and the credentialing system. Can you explain what the current credentialing system is? Is there a current credentialing system in effect?
There's an outline of it. I believe that before Josh Rubenstein, who was our public information officer, retired, which is approximately 2 months ago, there was meetings going on to deal with this with the media groups about what our current credentialing system is and what it should be. The current one is a matter of approaching the media relations and presenting information that demonstrates that you're a bona fide member of a media outlet, and then that consideration by media relations issues a credential. But I believe that process, while I won't say it's broken down, it has its critics that it's too narrow, it's too cumbersome, and it's too slow. That when we have large-scale events and members of the media, freelancers and others that respond in mass, that they don't carry credentials that have renewals and that periodically have to be updated. And we need a means of which to issue those credentials more expeditiously, including potentially on scene or announcing a site that will do credentialing for an upcoming announced event. Those are the processes that are being worked on now.
Okay. I do have other questions, but I want to open it up to the other commissioners. I will say, commissioners, at the conclusion of the chief's report, I will ask the Inspector General to have his office to be engaged in the oversight of the report, particularly oversight of the handling of the media at the Echo Park event, as well as the entire Echo Park event, but also recommendations for the future. But with that, colleagues, if you have a question, please open your mic and I'll acknowledge you. Commissioner Soboroff, it looks like you are endeavoring to do that. Go ahead, sir. Maybe not. Commissioners, questions, please. Commissioner Briggs, please go ahead.
Good morning, Chief. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Just trying to unmute. I'm sorry.
Good. A couple of questions, Chief. You indicated, and correct me if I'm wrong, with respect to Echo Park, that there were calls for physical resistance to clear the park as opposed to peaceful or passful resistance. Do I have that correct?
That's correct. There were social media posts and rants, chants, if you will, on scene as well. To not just occupy the park, there was posts that I saw on various social media about putting the fence, quote unquote, in the lake to violently resist this action, and a call to, if you will, a call to action. And the action was aggressive and violent. It was not a passive or civil disobedience of sitting down in a street or outside the park or standing outside the park in a passive manner.
Of staging materials that could be objects thrown at the police?
You know, I don't want to overstate whether that particular aspect of this occurred during this engagement. That has been something we have seen this last year. And part of the after action report will include from the operations chief and from our intel planning section, what social media posts, what other information we had leading up to this or during the course of this event relative to storing of weapons or items that were used against, that could be used against officers.
Injured by any objects that may have been thrown at them?
I'm sorry, sir, you cut out on the first part.
Sorry, were any officers injured by objects that were thrown at them?
No, we have, fortunately, we had no injuries on either night as a result of a projectile, or rock or bottle or as such being thrown.
Now to staffing, you mentioned that we're currently staffed at 9,616 sworn officers. Is that correct?
9615.
Chief, do we currently have a class of candidates in the academy?
Yes, we have one class, approximately 35 individuals that are in the academy, should graduate towards the end of May, I believe.
By May, what would be the normal anticipated attrition rate of the 9,615 sworn officers?
We attrit each month 30 to 40 personnel, sworn personnel, each month. So you pick the middle number of 35.
So we're primarily going to lose more officers than we replace officers. Is that correct?
Yes, we're currently in a deficit position. You may recall our numbers, I report them each week, but I believe we're about 50 officers higher, 40 to 50 officers higher than this number that on my last report 2 weeks ago. So over the course of the next 3 months, I'm anticipating that we'll lose as about 105 personnel. And over the course of the next 3 months, we'll have approximately 35 personnel that I'm hopeful will graduate from the academy to soften that. However, there are no other academy classes in process, meaning we normally would have 6 academy classes at a time, where each month historically academy class would graduate. And that's mainly how we've been able to maintain our staffing, is that as 40 people graduate, we have approximately 40 people retire. We make adjustments over the course of an entire year. This last 9 months has been a downscaling of those classes so that we would reduce our staffing from approximately 9950 to the current 9615. The challenge with that is we're actually scheduled to have 6 academy classes this fiscal year, and we've had 2. There is conversations and efforts with the mayor's office and the CAO to provide for 2 additional academy classes by the end of this fiscal year to soften this continued erosion. It is our hope that we would have staffing at the approved level of 9751, which I believe is, as I suggested 6 months ago in our budget for this next fiscal year, is a bare bones approach. I think that those numbers are challenged and as far as sufficiency when we look at the matters before the organization in regards to violent crime, as well as our outreach and engagement and our necessity for training and development of our people, which requires officers to be available for that training and out of the field, which impacts, again, our field deployment and the ability to respond to calls and deals with the shooting violence that we're seeing.
And I thank you, Chief, for anticipating my next 2 questions, because those were going to be the precise questions, whether or not we have a sufficient number of sworn personnel to essentially A, keep the city safe, and B, allow those officers who are required to undergo mandatory training to do so while other officers cover them on their patrol assignments. Or are we going to be in a deficit situation on both counts?
Absent a change, I mean, we would be very much in a deficit. I'm going to have to make further cuts in uniform deployments and other assignments that I believe all are needed for the continued safety of this city. However, again, I want to stress that we are in ongoing conversations with the mayor's office, the CAO, and I expect the council will support this, because we've now seen, there was a great economic pullback, and that's where and we sit in deep impact on the city's budget, which have largely necessitated these draws and this elimination of hiring, not just with the department, but within the entire city. Those matters are now, I believe, have been addressed with the COVID relief bill. And I think that, and I look forward to the ability to restart this hiring, given the continued attrition of our personnel. So this isn't a blame game. It's a matter of just trying to identify sequencing of this and sequencing out of it.
And in looking at that sequencing, but looking further down the road, Chief, will we have sufficient personnel to handle the World Cup that is expected to be here in Los Angeles and subsequently the Olympics?
What's critical is that we restart our hiring process to not just meet our attrition, but the erosion that has quickly occurred over the last 6 to 8 months that has taken us at 9751, which was the budget cutbacks that was passed by the council in the year that we're in. It identified a critical need to identify alternative resources, non-law enforcement, that would handle thousands of current obligations of the organization, which would free up our officers and our staffing to address issues such as security and policing of the World Cup, of Major League Baseball All-Star Week that will happen next year, the other Super Bowls and that's happening next year, the eventual Olympics in 2028. So these are world stage events that are in addition to the challenges that we have before us right now. And again, I believe that our elected leaders now having seen Washington step forward and address the significant shortfalls in our revenue, can provide for the public safety by restoring hiring and getting us so that into a position where we're not at hundreds of positions below our authorized strength.
Thank you, Chief. I'll turn it over to other commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Briggs. Commissioner Soboroff, go ahead.
Thanks. Chief, as part of your report today, which I found very informative and appreciate, three numbers pop out, and they continue to week to week. That is the homicides, gang on gang, the crime, serious crime within the homeless community, and the officer-involved shootings. Those three percentages pop. Historically, there has been a substantial positive effect of the gang intervention teams and the community safety partnerships. So my first question, let me leave the officer-involved shooting out, and then I have a recruitment question. Have the gang intervention teams been less effective? Are there, what are the specific issues, or are there other reasons that are just going way beyond the ability of gang intervention teams? And same thing, the community safety partnerships results have been beyond remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how are those trending? In other words, with these large, are both of those still effective? Are they less effective?
So I believe both strategies, critical strategies, are both effective and remain effective. And I also believe that it would be unfair for either one of them to have the yoke of responsibility to change the course of this violence alone. The complexities of what's happening with this is not unique to Los Angeles. It's occurring across our country in major cities. This destabilization of every system this pandemic has had requires all of us to look at all of our at this public health emergency that this pandemic has caused, to see what is our part and how are our strategies working, and what strategies do we need to strengthen. I'm particularly advocating a need for strengthening our gang reduction, intervention, prevention services this summer. As we come into the summer, like now, those call to actions have been met with further support, and we're seeing results. We're just not seeing results at a level that is eliminating this increase. I think it's dampening it, but I'm also looking forward to the opening of schools. I'm looking forward to opening of parks, of Summer Night Lights program, of youth programming, of opportunities for employment. These are all things that I believe as we exit this pandemic will help in the public health of public safety. But both those our CSP sites are, I believe, are dampening the increase in violence. We've seen their outreach and their engagement, building communities. It's not the police presence there. It's the community itself building its resilience and finding resources to deal with ills that are occurring in those individual neighborhoods.
Chief, let me swing over now to the officer involved shootings, which are again, that percentage number is a number that pops. Is there a nexus? Is there a nexus in the two? What do you see as you look at officer involved shootings? Here we have been going through this period of community partnerships, a period of community policing, and which has substantially affected officer de-escalation tactics training, officer involved shootings. They've jumped, okay, this year, and I'm sure that there are a number of reasons. What pops out? What pops out to you? The situations, the number of situations that are happening?
So I think that We have to look at each one on an individual basis. So I will not say that I see a trend or pattern at this point, other than the increase. These increases go back to where the same period last year, same period in 2017, I believe, that number was 13 officer-involved shootings. And before that, that number was higher. The last 2 years, we have seen substantial reductions. And my effort and our efforts will be to continue to ensure that our policies, our training, our accountability systems, we're invested in ensuring that each use of deadly force is a last resort. I will indicate that in each of these instances, I won't pass judgment, but we have accelerated the release of videos, the critical incident videos, in a direct response to help the public understand and see what these circumstances are. I want us to increase the transparency. We have a 45-day rule, but we have increased, we've been releasing a number of these within 2 to 3 weeks of the event. And the purpose of that is to allow the public also to see them. They do involve violence where an officer has been shot. They involve an officer, an individual stabbing another individual. We see, I witnessed video on one of the 3 reports I talked about today of an individual reaching for a handgun after he's told repeatedly not to take that, not to stay away from that. Those are acts that, as officers are challenged and faced with these life and death decisions, they have to make those life and death decisions quickly and protect themselves. Yet we also have to look at how did the officer find themselves there, and what were their actions, and were they consistent with our policies. So I'm troubled by this. We're recognizing it. We will be as transparent as possible to provide the public with the information. And I would look forward to my report back to you with more detail. We've had, for instance, I've had an off-duty shooting here involved, and and then you have this, you have these accidental shootings. These are things that we look at each to also understand. Are there other practices here that officers have fallen away from our standards or practices that we need to be critical of? And what corrective action should we take? But right now, I can't give you that it's tied to the increased numbers of guns in the street or that it's tied to the associated violence that we're seeing. Those would be could be natural conclusions, but I don't want to do that. I think that's a speculation more than conjecture, more than analysis.
Okay. Last question. This is regarding restarting hiring, regarding the industry of law enforcement in America, not just in Los Angeles, but the NYPD put out a report that you circulated, but was also circulated publicly. Otherwise, so I think it's okay to mention it. And in that report, it talked about 37 specific strategies and incidents used in Los Angeles against law enforcement. And as I read through a couple of these, which I will, there's no wonder that it's hard to recruit. There's no wonder that, and I want to know how this is affecting morale and the industry when people are calls on the internet for vandalism, to any vehicle displaying any law enforcement symbols, off-duty officers, house flying, LAPD or thin blue line flag shot at, pig's head left at the front door of a LAPD station, use of small drones, commercial style drones over police areas, surveillance of LAPD mounted. I can go on and on. Tires slashed, voicemails, people at restaurants putting things in officers' food, organized social media pages for looting, for purposes of looting, property damage to headquarters, public shaming of law enforcement leaders online, off-duty officers shot at by individual at protest. Why are people willing to how are we going to deal with this as these things evolve and change dramatically?
Because this,
and how are we going to recruit?
okay, so
how do you restart hiring?
So what's critical is that the safety of our personnel, that they be aware that there are those types of threats. There are those types of individuals who would advocate for violence against law enforcement, and so that they take efforts personally on their own conduct, on their conduct in their social media and their conduct at home, as they move about in their off-duty life as well as in their on-duty life. And so training and providing safety guidance and instructions for our people is important, so they have confidence that they can withstand those risks. But this is a risky profession. This is a profession that has its dangers, but it's a profession that gives people profound meaning. And it is not a profession without tremendous rewards. And the purpose of law enforcement to safeguard the lives and property of the communities of Los Angeles is a privilege and an honor. And I can't make a situation without the person's internal value system of wanting to live a life that matters, that makes a difference in other people's lives, it's a life of service. I can't pay a person enough to make that right unless they have those underlying values. And we draw people at times that find this profession, they leave this profession. We have seen this past year, the fiscal year that we're in, an increased number of officers that are leaving the field. More than 60 of our personnel not retiring, not taking early retirement, but mid-career or early career individuals that are leaving this profession, more than 60 this year. That is a high number for us, and it's an increase from prior years. As we survey those individuals, many are going to other professions, some are going to other agencies in other parts of the country where they express that they feel they may have a more enjoyable or a more rewarding career. That hurts as a chief, because I believe that this is a profession that there's no greater agency in the world than LAPD, and that employee wellness is an absolute concern, that they feel confident that this is a city and a commission and a chief that supports them, that has their back, that will call them out when they make mistakes and will fire them if they lie or cheat. But that it is a deal, that it's a profession that they come here with a social contract that they are going to be seen as guardians that matter, and that their work is important in our safety. So that is a much longer conversation, but let me say that we published the reality of what we have in the environment we're in. It is a challenging time. We're facing that, and part of that is by not being victims and by expressing the confidence that our work and the genuineness of it will show over time. Not that we're perfect, we're going to make mistakes, but that the genuineness of our overall effort matters, and the vast majority of the public sees that and appreciates it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioner questions, please? Commissioner Kalanche, please.
Good morning, Chief. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I have, I guess, 2 questions or suggestions. One is, I guess one of my concerns has to do with when there's requests for the department to show up to events such as the Echo Park movement of the homeless encampment. So I'm wondering if, or actually suggesting that the after action report includes some sort of thinking about when these requests are made to the department. I feel like the department was put in a no-win situation, which is unfortunate. And I mean, it's easy for council office or even Rec and Parks to request LAPD officers to respond. But I think that when something is pre-planned, I think that the planning of how the department will interact and potential impacts of the department also has to be part of the analysis, because I think that was a situation that really deserved more pre-planning. So I guess in the end, if the Inspector General and Chief, if you would do some thinking around that when there are requests to the department, and how that would, how we can take steps to ensure that the impact isn't as severe, because it was a no-win situation really for the department. And we were caught up in a situation that was unfortunate, and it was something that was a pre-planned activity by the council office or the city. So that would be something that I would recommend that we kind of look into when you're doing an analysis of the situation. On a totally separate note, I wanted to bring up a request that I made, and then I could follow up with you later. On February 2nd, there was a protest or a rally, had nothing to do with LAPD, at the Stanley Moss Courthouse.
Where?
At the Stanley Moss Courthouse downtown. I requested some information as a request to me came in from the public. So I requested some information. That information didn't come back to me, and but I understand that the request, for whatever reason, my request was not looked into when I asked for it to be looked into. And I understand that the incident was reviewed and that the information was given back to you. So if I can have a report back of that incident, that would be great.
Mr. Frank, would you please arrange for that for Commissioner Calanche so that she can have whatever information she seeks and that her request is satisfied? I appreciate that.
Will do.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was it.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Calanche. Appreciate it. Commissioner Bonner?
Yes, thank you. Just two questions, Chief. First, going back to the Echo Park operation effort initiative, you mentioned some of the planning, that occurred with a number of the stakeholders, and I believe you said it was led by the council member's office and so on. Can you comment on, I can imagine some of the issues and some of the elements that would be included in those kinds of discussions, but can you comment on whether they also include the discussion of tactics and also, like you mentioned, the 185 arrest on the second night, would the planning include, and maybe it should or shouldn't, I don't know, but that's what I'm asking is how detailed are others involved in those discussions about the tactics that are used, but also when you get to a point where you're having to decide to make some arrest, is that a decision that's made, by officers in the situation, or is it also the subject of some discussion so that others have some understanding as to what point that might occur?
Sure. So thank you. And this really feeds off of Commissioner Calanche's remarks as well. There's an extensive amount of planning on this, and the policy decision was made from the mayor and City Councilman O'Farrell, and my involvement as well, with understanding that of the critical balancing act of closing that park so needed repairs and refurbishment could occur, and at the same time housing individuals that have found themselves there and placed themselves there, and the anticipation that we would have advocates that would express disagreement and others that would express support, and the pickle that it put the department in, for lack of better description, and our avoidance of wanting to not be in that position. And this was an operation that was delayed also and impacted by the COVID pandemic and its impact of the safety of individuals that were using that location for housing, if you will, as well as the exposure to city employees and others that would be engaged in this operation. So this was deliberated at the highest levels within the city. And this was not a matter that was done or initiated by a single council person or a single department member. And every eventuality was discussed as far as the hope and desire that we would be able to, we as a city, I say the collective we, join with LASA, Housing Outreach and Engagement, that we provide needed services and support, and that those individuals then would take advantage of that, and we could recover that park for purposes of restoring it so that the entire community could go back to using it as it's designed. And yet we know the social issue here of homelessness in Los Angeles, and how contentious that is. And so this was at the most senior levels of the organization, and tactics, and to Commissioner Bonner question, the tactics of how this would be done, the closures that would be necessary, safeguards for our personnel and city personnel, for the occupants within the park, as well as the surrounding community, and the eventualities, what could happen, contingencies, were all discussed and laid out. The timing, though, as far as the decision of posting, was more restrained, and that was much more the department after announcements that were months in the making. There was announcements since January that the park would be closed and everyone within the park would require housing. The exact date of that operation, though, was a close hold internally. And the reason for that was what we saw Tuesday night, members that as we came closer and we had to open up that sphere of who was aware of this operation that would take place on Thursday night, after an announced closure Wednesday night, it became public knowledge. And actually it was missed information. It believed that the event was actually going to happen Wednesday. And in fact, that was just rumor control, if you will. But it speaks to the porousness of that and interests that were there for members of the public. And frankly, I've received reports that members within some of the planning groups sought out advocates counter to the operation to invite them to protest against the closure. And which speaks to part of the confidentiality of why, once the 24-hour decision was made, that was within a day or so, 2 days of the actual event, rather than weeks and weeks in advance. Now, lastly, when the posting was done, no one was required to leave the park. So this was this misnomer that everyone's told to suddenly leave. They've been advised and counseled and provided housing for weeks and months. And then, even then, they were provided with at least 24-hour notice, and then we deferred that another 12 hours. But the planning awareness, this planning team in which we were a part of, we were not the leader of, it was a unified effort, and it was uniformly aware. And Commissioner Clancy, when we do our after action report, we will provide greater detail to this board as well as to the city council. And ultimately, it needs to be a policy. These need to be policy issued decisions by our city government and our elected officials, duly elected officials, as to the policy with such strong ramifications as this.
Okay, let me also, I just want to be clear on one specific part of the question. So you do all of the policy discussions and planning that you just alluded to, but just focus on the arrest, for example. Now, I'm not asking whether all of those people who are involved in the policy planning would have been involved in each of those 185 decisions to make arrest. But what I'm asking is, when you get to the point of determining that arrest may be necessary, or that you may start making arrest, that's where I'm
Yes.
wanting some more clarification. Is that a decision made by the specific officers, in the field and the supervisors that are there, or is that just give me a little? I know you'll address this, or I assume you'll address this in the after action review, but if you could comment just on briefly, like, how is that kind of decision made in the context of this?
So there's two different aspects of this. One is the immediate attack, or a person that commits a violent act, such as this instance where an officer was pulled into the crowd on the first night. There was an arrest there. That was immediate action as an immediate result of that. That's not an incident commander-led decision. Those are objectives and rules of engagement, if you will, that officers are given through supervision, through command briefings for the tenor. Then you have the events of both that night, which I had conversations with Chief Gramala, as did Chief Gramala have with Commander Graham, as well the following night, that involved the declaration of unlawful assemblies. That is an incident commander-led decision based on information from the field through operations chiefs and so forth. We use an incident command system here that's a national model for decision making and operations of all types of emergencies and circumstances. And on Thursday night, the decision to declare that unlawful assembly was made by information provided by ground supervision command officers on the scene as to the facts and circumstances of what the officers were encountering and what constituted an unlawful assembly. And decision by the IC, the incident commander, to then move to an arrest posture where those individuals would be arrested for their failure to disperse, and after the repeated efforts to do so. I was involved in those conversations as well, as far as being advised. And so I take responsibility for that. because while I'm not the person on the scene and not in charge, I am advised and provided information, and based on the information I provided, I believed it was a reasonable and measured approach that that was meant to avoid injuries to officers and also the continuation of the assault that was occurring.
So if you could just, I appreciate that clarification. If you could, as you prepare the after action review, just include some commentary on the decision making as it relates to the issue of arrest, but also the issue of tactics. And I'm speaking in particular on the question of which less lethal and those types of tools are utilized.
Yes.
My second question, very quickly, this relates to the officer-involved shootings. And the question just really is relative to the shooting at the Olympic Station. Is there or will there be body-worn or other video available relating to that incident as well?
Yes. And I've reviewed at least a preliminary view of it. It should be coming, if it wasn't put out yesterday, I believe it may have already been released. So if it's not, it's within the next day or so, because there is body-worn video of that engagement on a couple different views, as well as closed caption television from the station itself.
Oh, thank you very much.
Absolutely. And during the course of this, I'll get that information from my staff as to the status of that particular one, as well as Commissioner Decker, a list of all of the videos that have been released in the sense of these most recent shootings.
That would be helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Bonner, were you finished, sir? Okay. With that, we'll just follow up the chief's report by saying, Chief, we look forward to the after action report. I'd ask the Inspector General to please conduct his oversight of that report to ensure it's thorough and that it incorporates everything we've talked about here, including Commissioner Kalanche, Commissioner Bonner's requests regarding planning. And I would also suggest, based on some of the answers to questions that you've provided, Chief, a discussion, if appropriate, as to a lack of a broad-based policy or gaps in a broad-based policy on behalf of the city, whether that results in lack of clarity to the public, city entities, or sometimes differences of opinions among elected officials that could be avoided if there was a broad-based consistent policy for which everyone would benefit. I leave that for those working on the after action report to evaluate whether that would be helpful. With that, I'm going to move on, unless Chief, it looked like you really wanted to say something.
I just want you to know that in advance of that being provided to provide a report, I've already discussed this with the mayor as well as with Councilman O'Farrell and other council members, that we need uniformity on this. We need a citywide posture, and that will include, it will not be led. I spoke with Jeff Gorell, Deputy Mayor of Homeland Security and Public Safety. This needs to be led by the Deputy Mayor for homelessness, for people experiencing homelessness.
Understood. It may be helpful to reiterate that in a written report that goes to council, because I sense there's been a lot of questions and concerns, perhaps that could be avoided if there was a more consistent citywide policy that everyone understood. In any case, with that concludes the first item on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police. We'll move on to public comment. Madam Secretary, can you please open the public comment queue and begin with the first person in queue?
Our first speaker is Jason R., followed by Zach Sherwin.
Hello?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So first off, y'all are truly cowards, and I say that with all disrespect. To cancel a meeting in the midst of a continued shooting spree by this department, days after the LAPD supervised the construction of an open-air prison, the displacement of 100+ unhoused folks, and to beat and arrest 185 people in Echo Park Lake is disgusting. The citizens had to take it upon themselves to come to LAPD headquarters last Tuesday to have our own commission meeting, since you chose to use Cesar Chavez Day as a cover for your cancellation. But that was celebrated on Wednesday, and we meet on Tuesdays, so it's just not adding up. You act as if we couldn't rewind to last year when this commission did meet on Cesar Chavez Day. So this is even more proof that you are not the citizens' voice in police affairs. Rather, you are the custodians for the state. You wash the blood off the hands of LAPD and shield them from any type of accountability. I would go into the ongoing shooting rampage by the LAPD, but I know this commission isn't interested in it. Y'all can't even keep this department accountable for something like COVID. So how can you be trusted to keep this racist police force accountable for anything else? Chief Moore, you had 2 weeks to put together a report of lies and couldn't even get your shit straight. Let's talk about who the failed Chief Moore allowed to lead operations on the ground at Echo Park Lake. Captain Stabile, the same captain who told a Black woman who was the victim of a hate crime on January 6th to perform a citizen's arrest on her attackers, even though his officers witnessed it right across from LAPD headquarters and stood by and did nothing, and even while witnesses provided video of her attack. Why was Stabile in a command position on Thursday night? He has proven that he is not capable of making any type of decision when it comes to protest. Under his direction, officers arrested and fired projectiles at media, beat and bullied protesters, kettled a retreating crowd, and arrested 185 people and hospitalized numerous other members of the public. How is that providing safety for everyone involved? Not one officer was injured on both nights at Echo Park Lake, so why did the LAPD commit so much violence? Moore referenced high-powered LED strobe lights. Those some regular ass fucking flashlights. LAPD uses high-powered LED strobe lights, probably donated from the LA Police Foundation anonymously, against protesters, media, and even random people walking on the street. I want to also talk about how he has allowed these people to stay in positions of power and deployed in these types of situations is more and more proof of his poor judgment, and yet another reason why Chief Moore must go. Did you think I forgot to mention about Captain Jonathan Tom, who after his promotion, not before, but after his promotion by Chief Moore, had his house raided by his own department looking for those illegally trafficked guns? I also want to talk about little Stevie Soboroff. I saw on your Twitter you posted how many steps you take on a day on average. Glad to see that the devil makes.
Move on to the next speaker. He's way too epic.
Commissioner Decker, you don't allow.
Next speaker, please.
Okay. Next speaker is Zach Sherwin, followed by caller ending in 4952.
Yes, I'd like to speak to all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Commissioner Decker, that was shameful and cowardly considering what you let other people do. On the subject of Echo Park, I will quote Chief Moore. Our role was to provide for the safety of all involved. So an officer broke one protester's arm with a baton, journalists were shot at point blank range with less lethal weapons, a local resident suffered a concussion, an officer repeatedly fired projectiles into a group of protesters with his barrel just feet from their faces, on and on and on. So I'm just juxtaposing those two comments and, appealing to the common sense of everyone who's listening. And I'll just say, commissioners, what are you doing to fulfill your oversight role here? And when I say commissioners, I know that I'm only addressing Mr. Bonner and Ms. Calanche at most. Decker and Briggs have made it clear where they stand, and I'm not even going to acknowledge the other one. You are the oversight committee, but you canceled last week's meeting in the midst of an especially buck-wild week for this police department that is unmistakably running amok. And as the last caller said, you are hiding behind this ridiculous pretense of some reverence for Cesar Chavez Day, or just the regular practice of, not meeting after a city holiday because you don't want to face the music. It's hypocritical and cowardly and dishonest and generally shameful. Chief Moore's stories about strobe lights and people trying to pull a police officer into the crowd are exaggerations at best and lies. They're a cover story for Chief Moore to justify his officers losing it at Echo Park, but they're straight up fabrications from a man who's been tainted by dishonesty since he took that drop payment. In addition to being a crooked liar, Chief Moore is also a bumbler. In no other field could you say something like George Floyd's death is on the hands of protesters as much as of the officers and expect to keep your jobs. That alone would be justification, a mistake that big, to fire this dissembling and inept blitherer. But when you add on Breitbart, traffic stops, gang databases, racial bias complaints, ignoring out of policy rulings, the George Floyd Valentine, the officers at the Capitol, comparing BLM to the Proud Boys, it's clear that we have to add brutality to his list of disqualifying characteristics and that he needs to lose his job. Commissioners, your failure to initiate that process, which is in your power to do, condemns every single one of you. Turning now to arguably pettier minutia. Commissioner Decker, at one point you said, and now I'll quote you, I do have other questions, but I want to open it up to the other commissioners. You did so, then when they finished, you opened it up to public comment. What am I to make of you saying that you have other questions and then never asking them? As the president of the Oversight Committee, that seems like something you would return to. Give us an accounting of emailed public comments. We send them in, we never hear anything else. How are they public? Fire more.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 4952, followed by Hamid Khan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
I'm going to speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, this is T. Guerra. I'm with the Stop LAPD Spine Coalition and LAPD Sales Coalition. I object to the donation of $295,000 to the South Park Community Safety Partnership site, which came through the Los Angeles Police Foundation. Community Safety Partnerships is presented to the public as being a good thing, but what comes with these very small donations to youth services is police occupation and surveillance of that site. So while with this grant today, we see $20,000 going to student scholarships with who knows what parameters attached to that as well, we see $250,000 going to the salaries of 11 cops on that site. So this is not community safety, and the city needs to be able to give funding to communities and to Black and poor communities specifically that is supportive and life affirming and not tied to having to be monitored by cops. Communities should get funding for youth programs anyway. They should get job placement services and academic scholarships anyway, not attached to CSP. With CSP, the city and this board only makes those funds available if cops are also flooding the area, though we know that cops present a threat to folks who are Black, folks who are unhoused, mentally ill folks, queer and trans folks, and youth, and to a number of other folks. Cops do present a direct threat, and that is not okay, and we reject this donation. I further object to the system that you allow and encourage by which corporation groups and individuals can make donations of technology or to cops' salaries to the Police Foundation. In 2020, the Inspector General reported on this process and found that large sums can be donated and are not accounted for or tracked. The Goldman Sachs Corporation, for instance, gave large donations, including one donation for $775,000 to the Police Foundation in 2019 per their 990 tax form, but that has never shown up on an agenda here. So where is that money going? And why is that company that has repeatedly been tied to illegal activity and predatory lending practices that have left many folks unhoused for the purpose of generating profit, why does the Police Foundation have such a close and long relationship with that company? Is that what safety looks like? And safety for whom? And is that who is making the donation here today? We demand to know who is paying for policing in these neighborhoods, and we further demand an end to these donations. And Sobroff, when you talk about CSP and you say that these results have proved to be remarkable, no, they haven't been. The only study that reported positive results was led in part by Jeffrey Brantingham, who created a predictive policing program called PredPol that profits from selling a bogus crime algorithm to LAPD that LAPD no longer uses. And Brantingham is still getting profits from that company today. And that report as well was funded by the Balmer Group, who has invested in CSP, and Caruso, a massive real estate corporation that also has a very tight relationship with LAPD. Further, it only looked at 2 sites. And
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by Oink.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, first I just wanted to start off by, just the pathetic circus that we just saw. I'm trying to sanitize the violence of LAPD, at Echo Park. I mean, let's just face the facts that it's not even in the DNA of this department or any police department, about how they handle people's anger, how they handle people when they're speaking out and they're organizing and taking spaces around poverty and homelessness and other issues that are dealing. And yes, it is the complete failure of Mayor Garcetti. And yes, it's a complete failure of the political leadership of the city as well. But yet at the same time, when it comes to LAPD, we see that time and again, the same old violence, the same old lies, the same old conspiracies. And it reached really a pathetic point when Briggs was desperately trying to even pin it on the protesters that what were they hiding? What were they planning? What were they trying to do? So get off this thing. So, we know the reality. We've been around this circus for long enough to know that how deeply violent the LAPD is, and then this is their modus operandi. And it was, again, increasingly for folks who've been following it, this is a classic counterinsurgency tactic. This is how occupying armies in other places, this is how communities are forcefully silenced and all of that. So let's keep the record straight. I think second thing I just want to lift is that, following our public records lawsuit on the budget items, what was interesting is that, speaking from both sides of the mouth, at one point they were saying we don't have this information, but then about three weeks ago, your finance department released all these pie charts and everything else that Commissioner Bonner had asked for when that budget conversation was happening back in November, when the commission didn't even know what their role was or what they could even do. So that was another issue, that now all of a sudden you have all this information with the pie charts and all of that. So all that information is there, but it requires a lawsuit on behalf of the people to really find out exactly where their documents are and what that information is. So release them, because before you end up paying even more attorney fees and everything else. And lastly, I just want to bring back that, that we've had outstanding public records requests since September of 2019. That 1949-95 is still outstanding, and we've been waiting to get more information from the LAPD. The other CIPRA, the public records 5363, 20-5363 is outstanding. That was about LAPD's policing around last year's uprising. So let's not lie and garnish and sanitize this thing, and release this information.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Oink followed by T.
Item 1 to item number 10.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Morning, Chief. Yes, first of all, I have a small comments regarding Chief's words. Chief mentioned regarding there are about 60 officers left the department, if I remember correctly. And then I believe that number is reasonable. And then actually I expect that number to be much, much higher. When a wheelchair person slap on the face on the officer, when the officer take him down, that officer gets in trouble. When a suspect have a knife and then walk towards the officer and the officer take him down, the officer gets in trouble. And then the commissioner rules that the last 2 rounds is out of policy. And then when you're dealing with the suspect, you are not allowed to use the real bullet. When you're dealing with the rioter looters, you use the rubber bullet, and then you still get in trouble. So obviously the law enforcement officer cannot enforce the law anymore. And then I definitely expect that there are more and more officers to left LAPD. Think about that. When you go to San Marino Police Department, okay, maybe 1 year you never deal with any murder. When you go to Arcadia Police, maybe that you don't have any rioter or protest for your entire career. How easy money is that? And then also I have a small comments regarding the George Floyd settlement. At the beginning of the protest and the rioting and the looting, the way I understand is that they demand justice, and then no justice, no peace. And then right now, what I see is after you got $27 million, and then that's it. That's the end of the story.
Think about something with
what I understand is
of this board, please.
And then, so right now, the way it seems like right now in the whole country, in the Los Angeles, in California, the justice is the same as compensation. The justice is the same as the $27 million. That's something I learned something new right now. And then also regarding another comments regarding the CSP, I have a small comments regarding CSP. When the Commissioner Soborov and then Chief all mentioned is a very successful program, the way I understand is from the public comments I hear from the public comments, the way I see on Twitter, on social media, on YouTube, everyone are saying get rid of all the police. Everyone are saying get rid of the CSP. On the other hand, when the Asian community, when the lawful neighborhood, when the lawful area demands much more, we need more police. And then I'm making a prediction that Chief Moore will never give us our Community Safety Partnership Bureau. And then when the neighborhood demands the police, there's less police. When the neighborhood demands get rid of the police, they got more police. If that's the case, Chief Moore, we do not want a police.
Okay, thank you. Next we have T followed by Letty.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, I want to acknowledge we're on stolen land. This is Keach, Hutchman, Octavian, Chumash land. This system's been rotten since its inception and founded in white supremacy. Over 650 have been murdered by LAPD and LA Sheriff's Department, and there was 10 more to date. Who are the real criminals? The real criminals are the LAPD, the mayor, and City Hall. Weren't they mandated by a federal judge and federal law to house all the people in the middle of a pandemic, but it never happened? And the city's just pocketing the money? You criminalizing people for poverty and housing? 185 arrested in Echo Park. That's more than the Capitol insurrection, where a cop was actually murdered. People were pushing folks, and those white folks, those white supremacist folks were violent, yet nothing happened to them. And nothing happened to the Agent Orange who actually incited the whole thing. So what does that tell you? This country is deeply founded in white supremacy, and y'all are sitting there upholding it. This commission's like a bad reality TV show, spreading misinformation and propaganda. And then you don't even talk about police gangs. You sit here and criminalize the community like the community is the problem, when actually it's the police, the city, and the mayor. This country was founded in white supremacy, and all this commission does is sit here and rubber stamp all the evil that you commit. We absolutely want to defund the police. We want to fire Chief Moore. We want to fund our communities. I want to give honor and respect to the families that have had endured trauma and pain and still have not received justice. LAPD is a facade. This commission is a facade. We absolutely need to defund y'all and fund our communities. I yield the rest of my time to the community.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Letty followed by Gina Viola.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on chief report. I'd like to speak on general comment and on the donations from the foundation.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. First off, I need to get it across that I support LAPD. I support Chief Moore. We need to defend, not to defund. We need to start hiring recruits. We need to get our manpower up all across the agency, including manpower for our detectives. We can't get cases solved if there's not enough detectives. They're out in the field instead of in the office handling investigations. And those who complain, not here, but everywhere, about donations, the foundation is a nonprofit. They can do what they want with the money, and it goes to where they see fit. Nonprofits can send their money, spend their money, donate their money wherever. It needs all this hate and crime and racism needs to stop. We are one race, the human race. If people don't get that straight, it's never going to change. I support LAPD. I support Chief Moore, and I'll repeat it again. We need to start hiring recruits. We've got to get more officers out in the street. We need to have these people doing negative protests to do it properly or go home. That's the way it is. And with that, I'm going to yield the rest of my time. Stay healthy, stay safe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Gina Viola, followed by Patrick P.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So I'm going to waste the community's precious time addressing COVID again. Chief Moore, get COVID out of your mouth. It is so clear that your officers do never intend to comply with any sort of pandemic regulations. And what we saw in Westwood was a perfect example of that. 50, even as much as 100 unmasked officers throughout Westwood, recorded by several people. The fact that more than a quarter of your department has had COVID shows you that you are the spreader in the county and the city. So just stop even reporting on it. It's just ridiculous waste of time here. Echo Park. Echo Park was all that you are as a department. You are the enforcers of gentrification. That's what you are. And this commission, if you will, is designed to tell you when and where to do that enforcement. If I ever had any doubts about that, I absolutely do not now, because you played that out in public for all of us to see over 2 nights. Why do you install fencing in the middle of the night in secrecy with hundreds of law enforcement? Because you're doing something wrong, and you know you're doing something wrong. You're criminalizing houselessness and poverty. You know, that park was targeted because that encampment was flourishing. They had found a way to care for one another. They had installed showers. They had gardens. I spoke to a woman there who has been houseless for 5 years. She has turned her life around in the last 8 months living in that park. And that was an embarrassment to this city, to see that we could actually take care of one another without any assistance from the city, the county, or the likes of law enforcement, that's for sure. So let's address the lies. Let me tell you where I was in Echo Park on both nights, Chief Moore. I was standing between police and protesters for a good portion of the time, both nights. With my own 2 eyes, I witnessed what went down there. And your account of it is completely inaccurate. Completely inaccurate. There were no bottles thrown. There was nothing thrown the first night. And we called that out. So the second night you changed that rhetoric to be some sort of strobe light. The only strobe lights used were from the officers themselves. We had flashlights on our phones to be able to see because you had kettled people into a very dark corner on purpose. There was no paid protesters coming to be violent the second night. These were people grieving about a city that is laden with gentrification. And again, you are the watchdogs of that gentrification. You, the developer, Steve Soberoff, you make this happen.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Patrick P, followed by Adam.
I'd like to speak on Chief's report, items E, F, G, H, and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'd like to acknowledge Chief Moore and Commissioner Briggs. Some of the things I'm going to say in my comment, you kind of are starting to address, and I really do appreciate that. Homicides remain up at 31.3% from last year. The same goes for shots fired, up at 72.5%. Victims shot up 89.4%. My question to you, commissioners, is when will you start addressing these atrocities? How many more people need to die in this city under your watch for you to address these issues? I mean, is there a number? I'd like to know. Week after week, your agenda items fail to address the crime statistics. Just like the Los Angeles City Council Public Safety Committee meeting, never do they address the rise in crime. Instead, this commission highlights criminals who have challenged our officers and succumbed to the actions taken to keep the public and the officers safe under very dangerous circumstances. The term defunding our police should never be a topic considered when we are the largest US city that's growing by the minute, and we know why. Diversion programs for youth and others are a great idea. I have nothing against them, but not on LAPD's dime. People like Kalanche should never serve on this commission because of a conflict of interest. Step down, Kalanche, because all you care about are the dollar signs for your project, Legacy LA. I'm wondering if you even pay attention at these meetings. Seems like you're playing with your hair, playing with your phone. You smile when negative things are mentioned. It's kind of disgusting. You know, even with a budget as large as it may seem, more funds are desperately needed to better serve our community's public safety interests. I support all donations from the Police Foundation and, of course, from any nonprofit. One in particular I'd like to point out is Agenda Item H, auto theft steering wheel lock devices, donation for that. You know, motor vehicle theft is up 29.7% from last year. I implore this commission to do the right thing, to give our officers the tools, training, and support they desperately need in a time where politics seem to be more important than human lives. I'll always support and defend the LAPD. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Adam, followed by Star.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
could I speak on all of them, please?
Yes, 3 minutes.
I'll start with the chief's report. Mike, it's interesting to hear you talk about how the LAPD wasn't the driving force behind the assault on Echo Park, and then immediately go into defending the months of supposed outreach that happened from various service providers and all of the supposed housing that was offered. I wonder, is the definition that you were using for what qualifies as housing something that is listed somewhere on in the LAPD procedure manual or on the website? It seems you are quite firm in your belief that unhoused residents who were forced to leave Echo Park were offered housing. And if this is something the LAPD is going to assert, I'd love to know what you think qualifies as housing. Like, I'm wondering, do you have a curfew at your housing? Are you allowed to have a key to your housing? Can you cook your own food at your housing? Do you have a private bathroom at your housing? Can you bring your wife to your housing? Your pet? Can you invite your friends over to your housing? How long are you allowed to stay at your housing? At what time are you allowed to go to work from your housing or to the doctors? Just wondering. Regarding 3E, shouldn't the community know who the corporation or foundation or the business interests are who are dropping $295,000 on LAPD salaries in the South Park Community Safety Partnership? How does the oversight board of the LAPD not let the public know who is privately funding the police? We have no idea who's behind these donations. They all get funneled through the Police Foundation, but Soberhouse Weingart Foundation, Steve Ballmer, Target Corporation, Goldman Sachs, Annenberg Foundation. We have no idea who's actually providing these funds, whose interests are being served by buying more police in South Park. Commissioners, I don't know if you received any other emails from the public in the last few days, but I wanted to make sure you knew I emailed you the other day because you're supposedly the citizen's voice in police affairs. I just wonder how you actually interact with the public you pretend to speak for. I emailed you on Thursday to thank you for your thoughtful response, but just want to make clear that that was April Fool's Day. And like always, you didn't actually respond to the email. Adeline, put the flaming pig's head down. Sorry, kids these days. Steve, we know you don't care about the community, but it's pretty rude to hear your phone ring over and over again. Could you mute that fucking thing?
Let's move on to the next speaker, please. Thank you.
I'm still here and I want.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Star, followed by Ted Trubinsky.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Just the chief's report, please, and general comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for your time. First, I'm just speaking from the heart. Chief Moore, this is for you. And, just listen. This is just a heartfelt from a citizen that actually, live in one of these communities who have endured crime and hate and other negative aspects of our neighborhood. It's hurtful to see the crime rate going up. It's hurtful to see that our city has become lawless and that the criminals and the violence has escalated. And we want to thank our LAPD. And regardless of what people say when they call in Chief Moore, we like our police officers. We want our police officers. We respect our police officers, and we thank our police officers for everything they have to endure and go through on a day-to-day basis. I want to be able to take my kids on a walk through Echo Park without being the victim of a crime, without having to be afraid for my safety. What people neglect to talk about is that the police officers, they were sent out there to do the dirty work for the elected officials. We knew this would happen. We knew that fingers were pointed, would have been pointed at LAPD as it's being done now. We anticipated this, and it's shameful that these police officers have to go through this. Yes, they did have projectiles thrown at them. Yes, they were attacked with the laser lights. So anyone that calls in and says that's not accurate, well, it is accurate. The police is absolutely 100% right. Our police officers have a right to go home every night to the safety of their family, have a right to protect themselves when someone's attacking them with a gun or a knife, and have the right to protect their lives without being hurt and without being violently attacked. So thank you for sending them to Echo Park, and thank you for all they do.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ted Trubinsky, followed by MJ King.
Good morning. I'll speak on the Chief's report and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a resident of District 13, Council Member O'Farrell's district, where Echo Park is located. On the 24th, I was out for a walk close to the park when I noticed there was a highly unusual amount of police officers. When I asked them what was going on, they said they were doing traffic control and that things would likely get violent later on. That's why so many officers were out. The fact that these officers were going into the situation with a mindset of violence, and it was very disconcerting, especially when the next day on the 25th, we saw officers aiming less than lethal weapons at the faces of citizens. I want to know, is that in policy? And if not, how are those officers being disciplined? Also on the 25th, I want to ask, how was the sound truck vandalized? Because from what it looked like, it seemed like one of the officers accelerated his vehicle or her vehicle into a peaceful unarmed protester, which is another, I know in my district several weeks ago in Hollywood, we saw a similar event. I don't believe that more training will help these officers handle the less than lethal weapons more appropriately. Additionally, I keep seeing many officers without mask coverings with 2,700 personnel affected by COVID. I'm really surprised that when I see officers out and about on the street, they're either wearing them wrong or not wearing them at all. And when I politely ask them just to set an example for our community, it's met often with sarcasm resistance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have MJ King, followed by Michelle Wetland.
I'd like to speak on all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. The chief's report was an embarrassing joke. He couldn't even get out the lies about arresting and releasing reporters without stumbling through his words. I'll give you an acting trick. Practice reading them in the mirror, Chief Moore. I understand why you didn't want to hear public comment after the violent clearing at Echo Park in 7 officer-involved shootings in a week, but it's cowardly to claim Cesar Chavez Day when last year you met on Cesar Chavez Day. Why did it require hundreds of officers in riot gear and police tape blocking off all streets surrounding Echo Park Lake just to post park closure signs? It was a disgusting show of power and intimidation. LAPD instigated violence at Echo Park Lake, just like they did last May and June in the wake of George Floyd's murder. This was all preventable. As Commissioner Calanche noted, by the time LAPD deployed, it was a no-win situation. When are we going to acknowledge that when LAPD leaves, the violence stops? Blaming flashlights for violence LAPD instigated when they shouldn't have been there in the first place is as laughable as insisting that 4 LAPD helicopters hovering above weren't there. Stop gaslighting us. When will it be enough for the police commission to act? Stop criminalizing homelessness. Violently sweeping our unhoused neighbors around the city is counterproductive and a waste of taxpayer dollars. I'm tired of the false claims that folks were offered housing when I myself paid for a neighbor to stay in a hotel room because the outreach workers had nothing to offer. That's not sustainable. We still haven't heard about the guns stolen from the LAPD gun store, looking at you, Eileen. And we still haven't forgotten about your corrupt conflict of interest funneling donations from Weingart, Commissioner Sobroff, which Chief Moore colluded on. Chief Moore has established a horrendous record of mismanagement, corruption, and brutality, which has had a particularly brutal impact on Black communities. It's imperative that he be immediately removed as chief for both his most recent and longstanding pattern of abuse. Chief Moore has used white supremacist Breitbart to recruit and enabled anti-Black racism by allowing Black people to be stopped at 5 times their population share and searched at 3 times the rate of everyone else. He's failed to mandate the wearing of masks by his officers, even after 8 LAPD staff have died from the virus. Over 23,000 Angelenos lost to COVID, and LAPD continues to be the largest super spreaders. He's refused to disclose or publicly hold to account the LAPD officers who participated in the failed coup on the US Capitol. He lied on the record about the number of traffic stops made in South Central, stating that the number was 74 when the actual recorded number was 639. He's compared Black Lives Matter to the right-wing extremist group, the Proud Boys, stating that both represent ideology that's counter to this democracy, claiming George Floyd's death was on the hands of protesters as much as the officers who murdered him, and allowed a Valentine to circulate in the department mocking George Floyd's death. He's fostered a culture of corruption under which officers in South Central were found to have illegally and unjustly entered the names of Black and brown residents going into gang databases. He attempted to shield murderous police officers from disciplinary action, including the officers who killed Grishario Mack and Albert Ramon Dorsey, who were given rare out-of-policy findings by the police commission. Michael Moore must go.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Michelle Wetland, followed by Kimberly Isaacs.
Hi, I'd like to speak on all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Commissioner Decker, not one question for the Chief of Police after the weeks of these violent strings of incidents by LAPD. You are the president of this commission, correct? LA's violence and crime statistics up, escalating with the largest LAPD budget in history. What will it take for this body to reimagine public safety and stop enabling the failed, wasteful practices of this current LAPD? Almost $300,000 from LAPF to what, quote unquote, continue funding for community safety partnership program in the South Park area for the fiscal year 2021-2022 to cover programming and the salary upgrades. This from private funders is not okay. How does this body continually justify approving money without transparency of its original origins? Should this fall directly into the hands of the mayor? Was it the mayor? Was it his best friend? Was it one of you? Was it one of your best friends? Is this the way one of the highest offices in Los Angeles moves donations privately from one hand to another without any accountability? Should the public just sit idly by hoping these donations are ethical? How much longer will you participate in this cover-up? LAPD can never assess their own involvement or activity. Their presence does not make communities more safe. This body needs to defund CSP. How can police report back on their own activity, engaging with the community? The whole idea of it seems insane. Chief Moore and Soboroff, why did the language change regarding the acceptance of donation with the LA Police Foundation? Up until December 2020, the agenda items with these donations attached used to say Risk Management Affairs Legal Group has verified there are no personal relationships or conflicts associated with the foundation, but that's gone. Did that have to be removed because it became clear that Soboroff has been lying about his role in facilitating donations? Finally, how many deaths, how much harm must occur in Los Angeles before this committee needs to send to the mayor the firing of Michael Moore. Over his nearly 3 years of chief, Michael Moore has established a horrendous record of mismanagement, corruption, and brutality, which has had a particularly brutal impact on Black communities. It is imperative that he be removed as chief for both his most recent and long-standing pattern of abuse. How much longer will your allegiance align with the corrupt cop over the police and safety of Angelenos? A November 2020 survey showed that the majority of rank and file no longer have.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Kimberly Isaacs, followed by Melina Abdullah.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Everything.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First of all, I am really disgusted about the fact that you guys canceled the meeting last week after the horrible, horrific way that the unhoused were treated and the people that were there to support them were treated. I mean, it's just really convenient that all of a sudden you give a shit about Cesar Chavez Day in order to cancel the meeting to prevent the chief from having to directly respond to that and to give us an opportunity to respond. Chief Moore is beyond needs to be fired. I mean, the comments about George Floyd, about how the protesters, the people that were there somehow were involved in it, the things that he said about comparing Black Lives Matter to the Proud Boys, which is just disgusting. And the Valentine that went around about George Floyd, there's never any accountability from Chief Moore, never. He needs to be fired. My other issue is, why is it that these meetings are still only allowing public comments for 45 minutes? As large of a city as Los Angeles is, this is just, I'm over it. You guys need to cut this out. You are not allowing us to have our First Amendment right, and you're limiting it on purpose. And the other thing, now that our city's numbers are down, why are we not having these meetings in person? So that those of you that can barely stay awake will have to barely stay awake in front of our faces. That's a really good idea. And then it would allow more of us to actually be there in person. And you got to look us in the face with this bullshit. This is disgusting, the way the House were treated. And listening to Gina's speech and what she had to say about the community that they had created is just so horrible, to tear it down in that way. And all the police do is just tear down communities and tear down people, kill people, shoot people, all of these shootings that have happened in the last, 10 days? And first of all, the other thing I'm tired of is the phrase officer involved shooting. Officer involved shooting, the officer shot someone. The officer shot someone. And put the responsibility and the ownership on the officer, and stop it with this, I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but this way of taking the responsibility away from them. They have got to allow us to understand what happened. And what happens is someone is shot, and one person is one too many. You're supposed to be taught on de-escalation, but yet it's this constant shooting and shooting and shooting.
Okay, thank you. And it seems like Melina Abdullah dropped off.
Well, we're at our time, Madam Secretary, so that will conclude public comment for the day. Thank you. Unless Dr. Abdullah is online. No? All right, we'll move on then. To the agenda. Thank you very much. Our agenda, we'll call them in order. Item 3A, the department's report relative to the City Council file regarding community engagement expectations and metrics. If you could bring forward those department representatives. And once they have come forward, I would ask them to I believe it's Deputy Chief Tinglerides, Deputy Chief Chow, Commander Rinkunis. Madam Secretary. And once we have those individuals forward, we will, I'll ask them to provide a summary of the report and then ask commissioner questions. I see Commander Rinkunis has come on, but we'll wait one moment for the other department representatives to come up. Is there a problem, Madam Secretary, or are the department reps not online?
I did upgrade them to panelists, but it looks like it's taking a moment.
All right, we'll give you that moment. Commissioners, in light of that, if I could just see if you have questions on certain items, perhaps we can call them for votes. Item H, I'll just go in reverse order. Item H, are there any questions on item H? Seeing no hands. Item G, are there questions on item G? No hands. And item F. Item F, any questions? See no hands, let's just take a vote while it takes a few moments for all the individuals to be brought forward. I'm going to call items F, G, and H for votes. Item F, the recommended board action is to approve the department's report and transmit to the mayor and city council. I've moved it forward. Is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Item G, I will call forward, and the recommended board action is to approve the report and accept the donation therein for item G. I'll move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very well, that passes too. And item H, the recommended board action is to approve the department's report and accept the donation. I'll move it forward. Is it seconded, please?
Second.
Second.
Thank you both. Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very well. That passes 5-0 as well. Thank you. That takes care of items F, G, and H, and those staff members can return to their duties. And now I will recall item A. I see we have everyone in place on item A. Welcome, Deputy Chief Tinglerides, Deputy Chief Chow, Commander Rimkunis. Thank you all very much for coming. If we could begin with item A with one of you providing a brief overview to the commission as to this matter, its history, and the highlights of the report that is before us. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and start then. Good morning, Commissioners. Deputy Chief Blake Chow with Transit Services Bureau. My part of the report this morning is just going to cover the senior lead officer deployment that we have on the Transit Services Division line. I'm sure you've all read the report, so I'll just hit some of the highlights. We are staffed and fully funded by MTA at 1 sergeant and 5 senior lead officers. We currently have 1 senior lead officer assigned to each bureau, with the exception being Central Bureau because of the size and the amount of infrastructure that we have in Central Bureau. We have 2 assigned there right now. The basic mission of our senior lead officers is very similar to what you will find at an area, with the exception of the fact that it's more transit related. So the mission really is to maintain operational connectivity and problem solving efforts with our Office of Operations patrol personnel, because we have to work in conjunction with them to ensure line safety, with MTA management, with our MTA line employees such as operators and some of the other people, the MTA security people. And then finally, the customers and riders of the MTA buses and trains. And in order to do that, our senior lead officers conduct numerous meetings throughout the year with various stakeholders. They attend the OO and Bureau Crime Control meetings. They attend ComStat. They attend MTA management meetings. For example, we have one every Monday that they're a part of. There's also management meetings that are more union specific centric. So they're meeting with management regularly. And then they also attend what we call RAP sessions. And those are basically sessions that are organized where our senior leads can go and meet bus operators, and bus operators are able to discuss with them some of the issues that they're having, and we take that back here and we kind of develop some of our work and our missions based upon some of the feedback we're getting from the operators. One of the things that we started doing during COVID is that the senior lead officers were actually meeting with bus and train operators at their break areas, at roll calls and the turnarounds, and discussing not only the Transit Services Division deployment, but when COVID began, we were actually handing out masks and gloves to the operators because MTA was a little bit delayed in getting some of the PPEs out to the operators. So we kind of carried that for a couple of months. The senior lead officers also engage in community deployment, and that community engagement. That's done through Coffee with a Cop. And not only do we do that with our officers, but we also bring MTA into the event with us, and they hand out information and bus schedules and things like that to people. So we have a very close working relationship with MTA when we do the Coffee with the Cops. So we've done those at Union Station, 7th and Metro, and also some of the platforms in Olympic Division. We've just recently become engaged in Special Olympics and Tipicops to support our Special Olympics athletes. They've done 2 Tipicops that have probably raised about $14,000 for our athletes. And pre-COVID, we engaged in a large open house with MTA where we brought some LAPD displays as well as MTA displays, and we're able to kind of show people, what our job here is at MTA and what we bring to the table. One thing that we started this summer is what we call our engagement details and footbeats, and that was a senior lead officers getting out on the line and walking a footbeat, which, in addition to their normal duties, but it was really done for 3 reasons. One, I wanted to ensure that we enforced and ensured interaction with our customers. And when I say customers, I mean operators as well as patrons on the lines. I thought it was important to them to act as a role model to our other line officers that we hire on overtime, where I can show that the SLOs, how they do engage it, because I wanted that to spread to the rest of the officers that are working the line. But we also used it as a feedback vehicle to gauge how we were doing. And so what the SLOs did was they actually contacted operators as well as customers that were riding the line and asked them the question, on a scale of 1 to 5, how safe do you feel on this line? And what we found was since August, we've actually documented, because all this goes into a database, 281 operators were contacted and 301 riders. And the scale of 5, which is, I feel, the safest with law enforcement presence on the line, was at 92%, and then 4 was at 6%, and it kind of went down from there. But like I said, not only was it a good way to gauge how we were doing, but it was also a good way to kind of force interaction with the people that we serve. And then we also had kind of an open-ended question about what can we do better. So we have a database of that. And then finally, the last piece is our problem-solving efforts. We are part of the CCAT program, which is an MTA-generated program. It's called Customer Complaint Automated Tracking. That's kind of a formal way to track problem-solving efforts, and those are the complaints about service or the condition of the trains that come in through MTA on an app or a phone. So we've handled 328 of those in 2020, 386 in 2019, and we handled 505 in 2018, and which doesn't surprise me because, when we took the system over, we were just getting our feet wet, and there were, I think, a lot more customer complaints regarding some of the issues on the line in the early part of the contract. And as we work those, that has decreased a little bit. Then we're also part of what we call the lessers, which is the law enforcement service request that's generated by MTA. Anytime they want to bring something to our attention, it goes into that system. We work those much the same way that they work the CCATs. So we did 130 of those in 2020. And then we have the CAPRAs, which are a traditional, like LAPD problem solving
problem-solving efforts. Now, all this is, everything that I talked about is tracked because we have a contractual obligation to MTA to report our key performance indicators. So all the tracking of the CCATs, the lessors, the number of site visits we make, the number of meetings that the SLOs go to, all that is reported back to MTA for their measurement and how we are performing in the contract. So that's basically kind of in a nutshell what the SLOs do.
Thank you, Chief Chow. Appreciate that. Chief Tinglerides, did you want to present on behalf of the CSP program?
Yes, we currently have 45 senior lead officers paired up with 45 actual footbeat officers in our bureau. And their primary mission and focus is what the components of CSP is, community engagement. And we measure their effectiveness by the feedback we get through the community surveys, working alongside Urban Peace Institute, USC, and UCLA, and really trying to enhance and build the community capacity. Our senior lead officers utilize a public health approach to addressing some of the issues and concerns within the community. We also have selected senior lead officers to oversee our safe passage, our youth programs, our public safety, really empowering them as leaders to understand what's going on in the community, and then coordinating with our city partners, nonprofit organizations to address these issues. One of the ways that we're measuring the effectiveness of their outreach and engagement was by creating crime prevention through environmental design workbooks for each of our neighborhood engagement areas. Those CEPTID studies were done hand in hand with the community, with the managers from our housing development sites, and we looked at identifying concerns, quality of life issues, parking complaints, areas that needed to be cleaned, curbs painted, and then working along our community safety advisory councils and our senior lead officers to address each of those concerns and issues and have our partners work side by side with us to eradicate some of those concerns.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that overview very much. I have two questions before I open it up to my colleagues for questions. Commander Rinkunis, this one is for you, sir. I wonder if you can describe with a little more detail that's in the report how the community safety engagement is being used during the ComStat process and how the different divisions are being evaluated based upon their community engagement.
Sure. Good morning, Commissioners, President Decker, Chief Moore. I apologize. I did have technical difficulty early on. I was going to open up with a little insight into that, but so.
And
yeah.
sir, appreciate hearing your opening. So, because my next question was really, where did this report come from on the council side? Was there a particular concern that prompted this? So if that's part of your background, that would be helpful to have as well.
Yes, ma'am. So back on February 3rd, 2021, the Public Safety Committee requested that the Los Angeles Police Department provide a report that is documenting all of our senior lead officer interactions and the metrics used to evaluate the effectiveness of our senior lead officers, specifically in line with CSPB and MTA. So based on that, the fact sheet was written, and as Chief Chow mentioned and Chief Chingarides, they highlighted what was in that report, but the request did come from the Public Safety Commission early February of this year. So looking at that, one of the areas I wanted to highlight, Commissioner Decker, as you mentioned, is, in the ComStat process, but even before that, our senior lead officers do much engagement every single day that they go to work, and that's across the board with CSPB and MTA. But to highlight that, in June 30th of 2020, we drafted and came out with a report. It's called a SARA report, which is Scanning, Analysis, Response, and Assessment. And basically what that is, it's a document that highlights what a senior lead officer is doing, but not only with the senior lead officers, it's with the or what the area is doing, the command, basic patrol officers who are working a basic ACAR. But it's not a report that the senior lead officers individually come up with. It's in collaboration with our community members. This is a initiated report after numerous community meetings where the community helps identify a specific problem. It could be a block, it could be a location. There's a number of different ways to generate a SARA report, but the community is the driving force. A community stakeholder, is the one that helps launch, and then the Los Angeles Police Department, along with the basic area patrol officers, work toward addressing that problem. It could be for grand theft auto, it could be for burglaries, it could be for a problematic location that has trash. There's a number of things that our folks work with, but it is specific to that community in which a neighborhood engagement area would be created. But the report is evaluated every 90 days, and basically the evaluation process, and then I'll get to the CompStat piece of this. It starts out with the area captain, patrol captain, evaluated on a weekly, because it is part of our crime fighting measures here, is that, our collaboration with the community on looking at these specific problems tend to lead to various types of crimes that are occurring within an area. But the area looks at it, the Bureau looks at it, and every 90 days, the Office of Operations looks at the individual SARA report and then conducts an evaluation and assessment and provides feedback to that specific area. During CompStat, Chief Pitcher, who oversees our CompStat process, then every, we'll say 6 weeks, will bring up, and when he's evaluating specific crime trends in an area, will tie in the SARA reports. We'll ask the area captains or patrol captains, if they're talking about robberies specifically, well, what SARA projects have been initiated, and how has that impacted their overall crime fighting within that target time frame, which is tend to be 4 to 6 weeks, or even yearly. Like some of these SARA projects get extensions all the way up through a year because it's that significant, where it takes that amount of time in collaboration with the community and outside resources other than the police department to combat some of these specific problems. But it's all tied in to our crime fighting, to the reduction of crime, but with specific focus on community support. And I think that, has demonstrated over at least the last year, there's been probably 90 SARA projects that have been initiated. We've created neighborhood watch groups. We've made Girl Scout troops. There's just been a whole laundry list of things, I think, that are positive for the community, in which the community's taken ownership and have been the lead of this, which is I believe impacted the community in a positive way. So I hope that answers it, but it is part of our CompStat process, and it is talked about from Chief Pitcher to myself, just the overall awareness of the positivity that goes into these reports, and the collaboration internally with our senior lead officers, our patrol officers who are working daily, because that's what this is about, as well as the impact and the engagement of our basic patrol officer along with the senior lead officer to enhance community trust. And that's the number one goal of the SARA project, is the building of community trust with the reduction of violent crime.
Thank you. Thank you, Command Chiefs, for your presentations. Commissioner, additional questions? If you have any questions, please open up your mic and I'll acknowledge you. I see Commissioner Briggs, please. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Deputy Chief Chow, thank you very much for your report. And I'd like you to correct me if I'm wrong, but I've now had the pleasure of doing a number of ride-alongs, and I get some anecdotal information about the MTA and what we do to help, the MTA keep crime down. I've been advised, and this is why I'm posing the question now, I've been advised that the MTA has asked that we not enforce all the rules. For example, those who would not pay fares and simply jump the turnstile and rush on. and other activities like that. Is that fairly accurate?
Well, the fare issue is really an MTA issue. They have fare enforcers that work, and that's really primarily their responsibility. Now, it's not always enforced. Yes, that's true. There are people that get on the line that don't have fares, and the fare enforcers are not always at the turnstiles. But that's always been an MTA function, and is not something that LAPD has ever been asked to take over.
So are there any other obvious crimes that may be committed that the MTA has asked the LAPD to simply stand down on?
No, we don't have that. We don't have that. You know, there is a code of conduct, and that is required on the trains and buses. But you know, LAPD officers are there as a visible presence to prevent crime, and to make the riders feel safe. That being said, we will enforce very flagrant violations of the code of conduct, like smoking, drinking alcohol, that types of things. The lower level code of conduct violations are the MTA's responsibility. So we will usually try to coordinate our deployment with MTA security on some of the, like for example, the Red Line or the Expo line, so that we have not only a police presence, but also an MTA security presence.
Thank you very much. And I have a question for Deputy Chief Ingrides.
Yes, sir.
Good. It's almost afternoon. Good afternoon, Chief. So I got to tell you, I'm hugely supportive of the Community Safety Partnership Program. I think that it is a model for our country, but I have some concerns, and I'm hoping that you can help me with that. And I do plan on attending some of the meetings, you know, in the future. I hope that you'll invite me to do so. But you know, we've all seen this uptick in crime since the beginning of the pandemic, and a lot of it has been in what I'll refer to as the South Bureau, where we do have a number of the CSP programs. And I understand, I'm learning more about the CSP programs now. So what I want to know is whether or not the Community Safety Advisory Councils have come together and have come up with recommendations or plans to address some of the increased crimes, because I understand that's one of their roles.
Yes, Commissioner, you're more than welcome to attend. Our community safety advisory councils have been very proactive. I will say, although we have seen an increase in victims shot across the city, we ended the year 2020 with a decrease of violent crime throughout all of our CSP neighborhood engagement areas by 7%. So although we have seen an increase throughout the city, our CSP sites has steadily seen a decrease in Part 1 in violent crime. And I truly believe that is because we have the partnerships and the relationships and a true engagement with our crisis intervention workers and peace ambassadors throughout our CSP sites. Our CSACs right now are currently working on a site safety plan. We are identifying the needs and concerns, the quality of life issues, the crime concerns. We have really gotten our senior lead officers to be engaged with the CSACs to hear these issues and concerns. And we're going through a series of exercises with our CSACs. We're doing a site assessments, a SWOT analysis. We'll be walking a foot beat with the managers in the very near future to identify lighting, tree trimming, any issues in our neighborhood engagement areas, and then asking the community what would they like us to tackle first. We also in the near future will be working with the Urban Peace Institute, and we're going to survey 100 community members at each of our CSP sites. And those surveys will be strictly about public safety. We're hoping to get the feedback from those community surveys and incorporate that into our strategic safety plans for each of our neighborhood engagement areas. So this is going to take an 8 to 10 month process to get those surveys back, to identify the concerns, to get the feedback from our community safety advisory councils and complete this workbook. Once this workbook is complete, we'll have a site safety plan for each of our CSP areas, and we will work in conjunction with the Office of Operations and our divisions to address these issues and concerns outside of our neighborhood engagement areas. The CSACs have been tremendous. They're chaired by a council district member. They're co-chaired by a community member. And what we're looking at is reimagining our CompStat. We're looking at, when we talk about metrics, taking those surveys from the community and bringing the community in. So we're hoping to create a community-based evaluation process rather than a CompStat, where all of us sit at the table and we have some accountability on both sides of this process.
Thank you very much, Chief. I look forward to seeing you at one of these meetings.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Commissioner Kalanche, I see you have your mic open.
Yes, and there's a large truck going by, so you might hear in the background. Thank you so much for this report. I think this is a start of developing robust metrics for CSP, for senior leads, for these specialized units that are basically created to build trust and to serve the public and create safe communities or environments. I think that we need to spend some time, and I know, thank you, Deputy Chief Tangarides, sorry, for explaining the whole like CSAC process and reimagining CompStat. That's really important, but I feel that we need to start developing some metrics now that are key that we can evaluate annually. Things like that are easy to collect, given that we have deployed officers in these communities, such as referrals to diversion, contact with the parents of those juveniles that were referred, referrals to grid, percentage of time on foot beats, percentage of time engaging with the community and stakeholders, positive engagements with youth ages 16 to 25, how many times, maybe these are part of the SARA projects, how many times a CSP officer made 311 calls for a quality of life issue, such as graffiti or abandoned cars. So I can go down the list. These are metrics that can be quantified. And I think we need to start employing these because we can't wait until the end of the creation of these community measures, which, because I live and work in these communities, I think these are things that are all quality of life and that the residents would like to see, the CSP focus on. I think the success, I had a couple of months ago, I had a presentation from Deputy Chief Chow, and I was really impressed with the contacts that the MTA unit or deployment has with the ridership. And I think partly it's because they're out there, they're not in their cars. They're out there interacting with the public. And I think that makes a big difference. I would love to see how much time the CSP officers are out of their cars, are engaging with communities. Those are things that are easier. They're easy to quantify, even given that now that's being recorded through CompStat. So I would love to work on this with you. If possible, I can send you all my suggestions. But I think that these like very specific quantifiable metrics are necessary in order to assure the public that with the CSP and senior leads, not just CSP, but the senior leads that are working in the divisions are worth the investment, which I think they are, right? But we need to be able to quantify the work that they're doing and be able to evaluate it year after year.
Thank you, Commissioner. I failed to mention, we are capturing that information. When we created the Bureau over a year ago, we created a tracking. I can tell you how many minutes are on foot, how many crime reports the officers have engaged in, how many community contacts they've had, how many youth programs they've participated in. We are capturing all of that. I look at that daily. I look at it weekly. I also look at it monthly. And now we're trying to just bring in the community piece to it also. It's not just law enforcement focus on what we're all doing collectively for this engagement and this trust building and increased safety efforts in our CSP site. So I would love to share that report with you. We're also doing victim follow-ups. How many people have we gone out and door knocked to check on? We met with the Mayor's Gang Reduction and Youth Development. CSP now has its own referral checklist on the grid, intervention and prevention, where a CSP officer can go in. Each CSP site has its own toggle, and we can do our grid referrals. So that is something that we're looking at. We're not perfect. We're still looking at how do we measure trust? How do we measure relationship building? I don't think anybody's come up with the solution yet. We are trying to look at our city partners across the city that do youth engagement, that do community programming, to see what metrics they are using, because we're doing something so unique and something outside of the normal counting numbers, how many contacts. We can have 5,000 contacts, but what was the premise of those contacts and what impact do we have? And how do we measure that? Just saying we had 500 contacts is just saying we had 500 contacts.
Thank you for that. In preparation for us to move this item to public safety, I will assure you that the Chair of Public Safety is going to ask you these questions, because she's all about metrics and investing our resources in the most beneficial way to the community. So I would say that when you present to a Public Safety Committee, that you refer to these metrics, because these are the metrics that we need to hear about. These are quantifiable things that show that we're investing the city's resources in the most efficient and effective manner.
Absolutely.
Yes, and if I can help with any other metrics, I'd be happy to.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did that conclude your questions? Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Bonner, go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. First, just as a high-level observation or point, I'll pick up where Commissioner Kalanchi left off, but to say that I think there's some value in us understanding what we all mean and intend by the term and the concept of metrics, because that's part of the standing concern I have about even the report that's listed here. When I think, my personal view, when I think of metrics, I'm typically thinking of performance metrics, which are focused on the outcomes that were achieved. And I think when I read through this a couple of times, it highlighted, I think, the challenge that somewhat reflected in Chief Tingaridis' comments about the work that's ongoing, because this is, a lot of it is heavy on inputs as opposed to outcomes. So you're reporting on, and that was my experience also in sitting in some of the ComStat conversations when it comes around the table and someone reports on the number of contacts that they have with the community, the number of engagements. And that's a qualitative measure, but it doesn't get to the qualitative element of it or what was achieved by that. And I don't have the answer as to how to do that, particularly well, in policing across the board or specific elements of policing. I think there's a lot of complications with it, largely because if you say the outcome was that a shooting was avoided or a statistic, went up or down, there's going to be a lot of different factors and things that influence that. So I understand just the complication of it, but I just would underscore the importance of us as a commission that presumably would be receiving and evaluating some of these metrics to be clear on, or at least to have some further deliberation on what we all think of that at the appropriate time. I did have a couple of specific questions in there, things that if there's answers here, great. If not, they're more likely some things that I would just ask you to come back and report on at a meeting or in whatever appropriate context. And I'm going to just flip through the 6 pages quickly to point the areas of the questions, some for each of you. On the first page, this is for Deputy Chief Tingaridis. In the middle of the first page is a reference to the fact that the officers when they first are assigned to the CSPB Bureau have to receive training specific to community engagement. And I'm thinking a little bit about the conversation about the creation of the Bureau, and one of the things that that you are expected to achieve is to identify those various a combination of best practices, those things that you that are proven effective in your work that might be infused, I think was the word that's been used throughout the organization to improve things across the board. And so when you're reporting that that certain officers assigned to the Bureau, or every officer assigned to the Bureau has to go undergo specific training, can you comment on whether that training is any of the high points that are, say, materially different from that training compared to the training that a patrol officer may receive, and as they, are asked to engage with the public? And is there anything you've observed now or in the future, like will this improve training that's provided to other officers throughout the department?
Yes, Commissioner Bonner, first I'd like to say that we are in the process of getting the 4-day Community Safety Partnership Bureau training post-certified, which is a huge feat within itself. And that CSP training is not necessarily LAPD led, it's a collective effort. So it includes community, Urban Peace Institute, our training division, and command officers, as well as GRID. It is a very intense 4-day, 40-hour training that will be post-certified and available to all incoming CSP officers, as well as command staff that have a CSP program in their division and department-wide. Second, I will tell you, a lot of what's in that CSP training is already being infused within our department in the recruit training. We have community members now coming into the academy to talk about culture, to talk about history, to talk about relationships. And it really is beginning to mirror some of the out-of-the-box training that we had when we first started CSP in 2011. So I think that we are aligned in infusing the concepts of public safety, increasing trust building, truth and reconciliation. The Academy now has a section on truth and reconciliation and what that means, what saying I'm sorry means. And then we're working on some out of the box things. We have a section in our CSP training called Going Underneath the Tape. And what does that mean to a regular patrol officer? When that tape goes up, it's okay for you to go underneath it and engage with the victim's family to identify any needs outside of that crime scene. So we are aligned with what the department is currently teaching and building within the police academy and in service. And we're hoping that the post-certified training will also overlap that.
I appreciate that. And as I listen to some of what you're just describing, it also occurs to me that I think approximately 6 months or so into the life of the Bureau, if you will, you've mentioned a couple of things already here relative to the training, but also relative to the workbook that's in progress and so on. I think that it would be appropriate at some point in time to get a fairly substantive briefing for the commission on just kind of all the various pieces that are in play and how the whole effort is coming together. And just so we're all, aware of how that's coming along. I'm going on to page 2. This is probably a comment or a question for Commander Rimkunis. And it actually, I don't want to recover this ground. I'm just making the point again in about 3/4 of the way down. There's the reference to ComStat and the fact that all the areas report in, but it says, it says they report in on the type of activity and the results. And it's that question about the results that I'm, still raising the question about really as to how well that's really captured, in terms of when we're thinking of that in the context of metrics and so on. There's no specific question here unless you can say to me that, yeah, there is an element, a report or something that I can, tangible that I can review that says, here's how we capture those results. Or if it's process oriented, then maybe we can talk about it some more later. But is there a report or something that I'm not aware of that summarizes any of those results?
So Commissioner, just to look at, so say for instance, we have our SARA report, and we incorporate that into, our overall crime fighting, right? Reduction of crime is important. And so when you take a specific area, say there's an identified area of concern in any community, and you look historically over 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, and in the course of that, you have numerous crimes, say, that are attributing to that area. We look at the reduction of crime, right? And now what we're gaining from that is you can look at the number, whether it's a 5%, an 8%, a 10% reduction in whatever crime we want to put in there. That's one little piece of it. But the report back is the interactions that we're looking at is well, how did we reduce crime? And you look at some of the ways. It wasn't arrest. It's not about arresting our way out of these various situations, but what it lets us do in the review of these SARA reports is there's chronologs that are attached. There's numerous contacts with community members with specific descriptions of neighborhood walks and groups and giveaways and things to where the community, you can sense, has taken back whatever the problem was. And that then, I believe, contributes to the overall reduction. And so is there a report that specifically gives you that number to say that we had 50 community contacts where it reduced crime? I'm going to say no. But in the course of this report, we can identify and we can look at what was done in that area outside of arrest, because those are numbers that we can get and we can pull. But what we're looking for is, over the course of that time, your explaining various community contacts give some reassurance that our officers, and it's not just, as I mentioned before, the senior lead officers, it's the basic patrol officers that are engaged, that are helping spearhead some of these contacts with various community members, and we can track that and ask specific questions. Now, metrics wise, it's to your point, there's nothing that's going to say that's the definitive answer to it. But I think from my seat, and I just being part of the ComStat process, it can give some reassurance to everyone that the community has been engaged. We've identified various community members with specific responses and feedback in regards to specific problems that has contributed to this problem that the community has self-identified. And I believe the response from the community at the end of the SARA project, or SARA, at the end of a SARA report, demonstrates that interaction. So that probably didn't answer your question exactly in regards to numbers, but this is a collaborative approach with many different parts. And the tracking at ComStat is to generate discussions, because we are interested in how have we worked with the community, with senior leads, with basic patrol officers, with outside resources of the city or of LAPD. How has that all contributed to this specific crime problem? So, I don't know if we're going to get a report other than numbers. And as you mentioned, it's not about the numbers, like, identifying 500 community contacts is not what we're after here, and that's not the goal. It's quality contacts for community owners that live in that area, that have contributed to the overall crime reduction, that have partaken in numerous events within that specific community that has helped impact and reduce crime, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think it'll be helpful just for me personally at some point to, as I arm myself with the additional context and education, to then participate or sit through another ComStat, so I can also then understand more than I probably do now about each of these pieces. So I appreciate that. Just a couple others very quickly. This is back to Deputy Chief Tingaritis. On page 3, there's the reference to the Community Safety Advisory Councils and that process. My question is there, or should there, or can there be any liaison between those councils on the one hand and the CPABs on the other? I mean, are they in totally different silos? Are they the same people that sometimes overlap them, or just what kind of interaction, if any, could there or should there be there?
The majority of the community safety advisory councils are new individuals. They're people within the community that we haven't necessarily worked with on a regular basis that are coming to the table, which is really good. We invite the CPAB members to be part of the CSAC. Some CPAB members from the Hollenbeck area are part of our CSACs. So we're trying to not overlap, but embrace this concept of building these site safety plans and then utilizing those CPAB members to take that information back to their groups and share what we're working on, enlist in some of their concerns, and then they bring that back to our group. Our CSAT groups are small. They're a small working group. We try to ensure that we have representation from schools, from the council, from CSP, from our nonprofit organizations, so that we have a holistic representation from the community, and then working on that workbook with the expectation of them taking that information back to the community and then providing us feedback so that we can build these site safety plans.
Well, I appreciate that. One thing, just point I would make about that is I had spent some time over the past several months trying to understand already just the full breadth and scope of all of the various community touch points that you have at the department. Some of them are very formal and some of them are informal. Some of them, but I think the list that I saw was about 6 pages, and that was not even broken down into a lot of individuals. It was just kind of this, the image is this proliferation or the continuing proliferation of councils, advisory groups, and those things, which are helpful. Some of them probably the newer ones, maybe you could argue that there's some other parts of the structure that should be revisited and so on. But it's the continuing growth of bodies. And again, going back to the point of metrics, it has the appearance of more engagement, and it may be. But I'm just saying that when you continue to get more and more of these groups and not understanding whether you're just creating additional silos or whether you're creating additional opportunities for leverage and collaboration. Lastly, relative to the commission's interest, one thing that seems to me fair to try to think about, we've been encouraged, by Commissioner Decker and others to participate in more of the CPAB meetings and so on. But as I've done that, one thing that it seems to me that we should give some thought to do is to how to then also on some more regular and systematic basis, bring more of that conversation in some meaningful way to the commission. So we have, the public comment during our meetings, and we all know about some of the complications and difficulties with that. But I think we're missing a lot. We miss a lot of information that is discussed. You can't, of course, be at every one of those meetings, but I'm just pointing out that they happen. But unless you call the captain or you call somebody and ask what was brought up and what was talked about and what the community was feeling and so on, at least as the commission, we're still, I think, a little too far removed than we could be. So I just encourage you, as you think about the development of this, to think about how some of that information would in some efficient way be flowed up, if you will, to the commission so that we can be plugged into it. Lastly, I guess I think this is the last one is when, and I also wanted to say to the relative to the Transit Services Bureau, I think when I read through this, that came as close as I could see in terms of really you're using these surveys, you're getting specific feedback, and that's kind of telling you whether people are feeling safer or they're not feeling safer. That's an outcome kind of, that's the kind of outcome that I would like to see better captured across the board. And so I appreciate that. I would just ask that when this goes to the council, it would be helpful to understand what the council's questions and concerns and how they're receiving it and what further input. We usually, like just personally, I learn of the council questions when I review the report that's going back in response to the to the council, but you don't always get the full sense of what is their interest. And sometimes we as a commission may lose that opportunity to share in that communication with the committees by participating in some of these responses that go in a way that we can't when we're just asking questions under time pressure like we are here. So I just ask you to let us know what the council conversation is so that we can continue to stay involved in the conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Did that conclude your remarks, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Teefank, I know you attend all of these Public Safety Committee meetings. If you would kindly inform commissioners about the follow-up that any, and the context for the Public Safety Committee, I think that would be helpful. In addition, I'd like to pick up on some of the ideas expressed by Commissioner Bronner. I understand in years past, CPABs had presented to the commission. If we could begin that process, I had encouraged commissioners to go to those meetings And of course, we've all been stymied a bit, well, significantly because of the pandemic. But I would venture a guess that CPAB members would welcome the opportunity to come forward and present. And so let's start scheduling the CPAB members to come. In addition, I think the idea is a good one to have schedule a briefing about the CSP Bureau. Chief Tinglerides, we know you've been working hard, and of course there are matters that have to come before the commission for business purposes, but to get a full briefing on the status, you know, over 6 months in, how is it going? And if members of your Community Safety Advisory Council would like to come as well, I think we would all benefit from hearing from them on how is it going, how's the relationship building, and of course the overall impact on the community for which we're all concerned. So I will ask Mr. Tiefang for you to follow up on all of that. I'm going to call the matter, and I'm also going to ask Chief Tinglerides if you could stay there, because there's another matter that we have on the agenda for you, and we can, since we've been talking so much about the Community Safety Partnership Bureau, Madam Secretary, if you could keep the chief here while we proceed with the matter. Just let me check on whether all the commissioners, Commissioner Soboroff, I didn't give you a chance to ask questions. Are you okay, sir? You're okay. All right. Thank you, sir. I just want to be sure all commissioners have a chance, and very well. Thank you all for your presentations, and commissioners for your questions and the follow-up as well. With that, I'm going to call the matter item A, item 3A, and the requested action is, of course, to review the report, which we've done, accept the response and transmit it to the Public Safety Committee as requested. I will move the matter forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Very well, the matter is approved. Again, thank you to everyone who presented. We very much appreciate it. Because it took we had a few technical problems in bringing up everyone. Since Chief Tinglerides is here, we have another matter on the agenda for which she would present and ask or answer any questions, and that is item 3E, the report related to the donations to fund the Community Safety Partnership Bureau in the South Park area for the fiscal year 21-22. I will call that matter up, open it up. Chief, if you could give us a minute or two, just overview. Everybody's read the report, and then I'll open that matter up for questions. Go ahead, Chief.
Yes, this is the third year for the Community Safety Partnership team in South Park. And this is the final commitment from that donor to see us through 2022. So that is for the 1 supervisor and 10 officers that have been assigned to South Park for the past 2 years. They're entering into their third year. The second donation was provided when we announced the creation of the Bureau from someone that wanted to ensure that we had the resources and supplies to engage in the community and introduce the Bureau to the community. And then the last amount we are going to utilize for scholarships with identified youth that have built relationship with our officers. It was a social justice grant that we interviewed for and were able to receive. And that is in partnership with the LA Rams. So we will be having children write essays on social justice and what this past year and the challenges have done for them and what they believe or see in changing some of the concerns. And the LA Rams will participate in reading those essays, and we will select individuals from the community to receive those scholarships.
Thank you, Chief. I very much appreciate that overview of the matter before us. Let me open it up to all commissioners for questions and comments. I know we've been talking about CSP for a while this morning, but with respect to this particular item, are there any questions? Commissioner Briggs? Go ahead.
Yes, Chief Tinglerides, the scholarships for the students, are they directed to kids in college currently, kids applying to college, or both, or kids in perhaps private high schools, if that were the case, or across the board?
Commissioner, the LA Rams was very flexible in discussions with them. We were looking at children applying for college, children currently in college, and also trade schools, trade tech, plumbing, electrician, certificate programs. And then we've had the discussion about utilizing some of that funding for children that have been accepted into college but can't afford to do a college trip. And some of that funding could be given to that child to be able to go view and look at the school. So the premise of it is just to provide that resource for the children and are actually young adults to support what their families can't support. And then we're hoping that the following year, the LA Rams come back again and do a larger donation.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Further questions from commissioners on this item? Commissioner Bonner, go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. Just a little clarification on the salary upgrades that are referenced. Is this just a function of the people who are officers who are already assigned there, just getting upgraded because of their tenure and just the evolution of their where they are in the pay structure, or are you upgrading salaries in order to get some additional capacity or to get a different level of officer involved?
Commissioner, these officers have already been upgraded. This is part of the 3-year commitment from the funders. And so the officers have already received their promotion, and this was a 3-year commitment, and this is the 3rd year of that commitment.
Got it.
And it's for the LAPD still pays the base salary, which is almost 4 times the amount of this donation. But this funding provides that promotion and funding for programming and any overtime associated with the officers' community engagement in the CSP areas.
So there isn't, just to understand, there isn't any change in the officers or the grade or the pay grade of the officers or any of that. All of that has already happened. You're just managing the donation that's come in.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no other commissioner indicating they have questions, in which case I'll call the matter. The requested board action is to approve the department's report and transmit to the mayor and city council. I will move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Very well, it passes. Thank you again, Chief Tinglerides, for all the information you provided today. Very helpful.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioners, may I ask you if any of you have questions on item D? I am going to call B and C individually, but if we don't have questions on item D, I can call that to a vote and release those members of the department. I see no hands being raised or indications. So I'll call the matter D for a vote. And this is to approve the department's report and transmit to the mayor and city council. I'll move that forward. Is there a second? It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you. And now we have 2 audits that are left on our agenda. Excuse me, an audit and an inspection. If we could call up item B, please. And this is the Operations Valley Bureau Accountability Performance Audit. A moment, and let's see, we have, we do have Commander Hamilton, and as well as the commanding officer of the Audit Division, Trina Unzicker. If her camera could go on, we'd appreciate it. If I could begin by asking the Audit Division, we've read the report. So if you could just provide a brief overview to lay the foundation for questioning. I'd appreciate it. Commander Hamilton, once we have that on the table, I will ask you some questions about the actions you're taking in response. Okay. Thank you. Audit Division, Ms. Unzicker, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Trina Unzicker, and I'm the commanding officer of the Audit Division. The report before you involves the Operations Valley Bureau Detective Command Accountability Performance Audit. We performed this audit as part of our calendar year 2020 audits. This is also a recurring audit that's conducted in each of the 4 bureaus every few years. There were several areas that the department met the objective standards in our audit 100% of the time. Each time we tested, we found that the legality of arrest was articulated in the arrest reports. Miranda rights were given. Marcy's rights cards were provided. Medical treatment was provided when needed, and unfounded case clearances were completed correctly. Other areas of strong departmental performance included felony warrant packages that met standards 97% of the time, probationary detective summary checklists and probationary detective summaries of performance were conducted and completed 89% of the time. We do have 2 recommendations to address areas where compliance was less than 90%. We recommend enhancing existing warrant package in-house procedures to make them easier to locate the documents that are associated with those files, and that the OVB detective coordinator review materials about documenting probationary detectives and ensuring that the department is following proper procedures when completing its probationary packages. I have my team here, including OIC Wendy Gamble and Assistant OIC Detective Hector Sanchez, who are here and available to respond to questions.
We thank you all very much for being here and for the work you're doing to ensure compliance with all of the requirements. At this time, I'm going to just ask Commander Hamilton, sir, if you would provide us with an overview of the actions you have taken as a result of the findings of this audit, particularly in the areas where Valley Bureau did not, the audit indicated lower compliance rate. If you could focus your comments on that, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely, Commissioner. So we've instituted over the last year regularly scheduled detective CO meetings. And so we've actually discussed some of these issues, and we've shortened them up over the years, over the last couple of years, where we talked about the importance of making sure that we're, policing constitutionally, and then talked about some of the identified areas that we caught in inspections as opposed to some of our audits. To these areas specifically, I'm going to first address the arrest packages. So having been a detective commanding officer for a number of years in the past, arrest packages it's one of those areas where without consistent application of standards, we often see, someone will come into a detective division and do things a little bit differently. And so what we're trying to do is get away from that and go back to standards. So what we've done after identifying, the 78% compliance rate, what we've done is try and make sure that we're going to reinstitute the regular standards as described in the DOM. Our detective coordinator here at Operations Valley Bureau is re-emphasizing the requirement to comply with the standard as opposed to bring things from certain other commands, or have a detective that was trained doing things a certain way that deviates from the way they're supposed to be done in the detective operations manual in our department manual. So where we're getting back to formal training sessions, those formal training sessions are being overseen by our detective coordinator here at Operations Valley Bureau to ensure consistency. And our detective coordinator is going out and meeting with each of the individual detective COs. In addition to that, we're asking that the area detective COs implement a second review. Typically, this will be done by a seasoned table coordinator. And they're going to review these arrest packages to ensure that they're actually complying, that the correct boxes are checked, the applicable forms are included, that the signatures are included, and that everything is done to the standard as described in the DOM. We're also going to push back into the patrol ranks to make sure that the watch commanders have an understanding of why things need to be signed, completed, and submitted in a certain fashion before they're compiled for the arrest packages. So that kind of covers the arrest package consistency area. I'm kind of trying to be brief to.
We appreciate that, Chief, but also when you, Commander, when you refer to DOM, you're referring to the Department Operation Manual. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, that's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And if I could focus you a little bit then on what I'd really like to know and ask you to hone in on, now that the audit is done and you're the commanding officer for Valley Bureau, what is, you talked about the training and having a coordinator. Is that your plan for the year ahead? You won't be audited again until you're next in cycle, but what I'm trying to really understand are the steps you're going to be taking to ensure that Valley Bureau gets better with all aspects of what the audit is measuring. And is that the plan in effect, sir?
That is, and we've dialed it back to consistency with what our operating procedures are. That as I found out when I was a detective CO, sometimes that goes a little bit astray, and we're dialing it back to what the actual DOM states.
Very good. All right. Let me open it up to questions from commissioners. I see a shaking head. Commissioner Briggs, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Commander Hamilton. How are you?
Good. How are you, sir?
Good. I see that Commissioner Decker wanted to give you a promotion there by calling you Deputy Chief, but I do have one question. I read through the report this weekend. I was particularly concerned about the West Valley and the arrest made by detectives correctly categorized. And it was a pass rate of only 43%. I mean, that is particularly notable to me. How do we solve that?
That is an organizational change issue, sir. So in the past, we had what was referred to as detective initiated arrests. And what we often found were some of our detectives, they had a very expansive view of what was a detective initiated arrest. So for instance, they would consider them initiating an arrest when they asked a particular officer to do a follow-up that resulted in an arrest. So they would say, well, I initiated that because I, for instance, went to roll call and asked the officers to take action or do a follow-up. What we're seeing is now that we're getting more into the mechanical arrest, being present, being active in the investigation, being out in the field, there is still some confusion as to detective initiated arrest versus arrest made by detectives. That is another mechanical organizational change thing that we are still dealing with here in the Valley. I'm not going to say things travel slower in the Valley because of the distance, but what I am going to say is we are not going to allow that distinction between those two, because those are two different things, to get clouded in what an arrest made by a detective is. An arrest made by a detective requires you to have an active engagement in the role of the actual arrest. So what we are doing is pushing that out as well and ensuring consistency as well as that.
If I could add just for a moment, this is a critical area that we see in regards to the CompStat process. It's an attribute that this aspect of this inspection is trying to address, and that is cooking the books, if you will. The Commissioner Bonner referenced it earlier, talking about CSPB measures. When are we measuring inputs or activities, and when are we measuring outcomes? We measure this particular detective initiated arrest to see the activity level of follow-up investigations by detectives, to see are they out and engaging in field work, or are they pushing a pencil and just working in front of a computer screen. So this inspection allows us to see when the overinterpretation of or misinterpretation is such that we dial it back. It's not as critical as other aspects of this inspection, in all candor, but it is one of those ones of how, when people say, how do you evaluate the CompStat process, for instance, it's one of those things we've got to check to see, are we measuring things that are important? what's the underlying reason, and then what's the integrity of the data.
Right.
Thank you, Commander Hamilton.
Absolutely, sir.
Very good. Any other commissioner questions before we move on? All right, I see shaking heads. No, in which case I will call the matter, and the requested board action is to approve the department's report. I will move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Move and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Commander Hamilton. Much appreciated.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Now we're on the final matter on our regular agenda, and that is item C, the department's report relative to the juvenile notification process. And I think we have Audit Division as well as Commander Rimkunis, who will be joining us. And if I could follow the same process and ask Audit Division to please give us an overview of the report. Again, we have read it, but if you could present some of the highlights, and then Commander, I'll ask the efforts being undertaken to improve some of the findings in the audit. So I'll turn it over to Audit Division.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Decker. So the purpose of this inspection was to determine the department's compliance rates for completeness and timeliness of the Juvenile Arrest Supplemental Report, which I'll also call the JASER. We performed this inspection as part of our regular calendar of 2020 audits. It's a follow-up to another audit that had previously been done a few years ago. We based our methodology and testing on both the department manual and the juvenile manual, which have certain requirements for handling juveniles who are arrested and booked, the timeliness of notification to parents and guardians, advising the juvenile of their right to make phone calls, and the documentation process that's used to capture all of those interactions. The department's performance relative to the completeness of the JASER was very strong, and the score on that objective was 96%. In addition to that, we had 4 sub-objectives regarding the timeliness of parental notification, where the percent meeting standard ranged between 54 and 78%. As a result of this inspection, we've made a couple of recommendations to improve compliance with departmental standards. The first is that the most up-to-date version of the JASER be used in order to ensure that all required documentation is being appropriately recorded. And the second is to ensure that those involved in the JASER review process have the training they need about the guidelines and completeness of the documents that's required, and that supervisors are cross-checking data with other logs to try to make sure that advisement of phone calls, for example, is appropriately recorded. So I have the same team here with me. Again, that's OIC Wendy Gamble, AOIC Detective Hector Sanchez, and also my project manager, Adalma Franklin, I'd like to recognize for this inspection, and we're all available to answer any questions.
Thank you. I do have one question regarding the prior audit that was in 2018, and there were areas for improvement on documentation, parental notification and documentation. I had trouble finding that prior audit, so I wonder if you can tell me in terms of the documentation metrics, was there noticeable improvement on that? Or from my review of this document, it looks like it's in about the same range, but you may have been measuring different things in that prior audit. I wonder if someone in the audit division might be able to address that.
Okay, so just to confirm, that's the parental notification where in 2018, there was a percent meeting standards of 79% as opposed to 78. Is that
to understand how this report specifically compares to the 2018 report and whether there was improvement? I don't have the 2018 report. I couldn't find it. So if the audit division can summarize that and advise me on whether those recommendations were implemented and whether there was resulting improvement.
Okay, so to the best of my knowledge, the recommendations associated with 2A and 2C were implemented. In one case, the performance was very similar. In another case, it did decline slightly. In some cases, we measured entirely new objectives. Typically in those cases, we have situations where when we've measured the objectives, the performance is very high, typically above 95%. So in this case, we did a combination of previous objectives that were involved in the prior inspection and new objectives to try to find some new ways that the department could improve.
Well, thank you. That was what I was trying to identify, of whether it's comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges, and the objectives were the same. It sounds like they were not entirely the same.
That's correct. Not entirely. Our goal is when performance appears to be very strong, sometimes we'll move on and select another objective in order to be able to test something else and see how the department is doing there.
And with respect to what was measured then in 2018, even though the numbers look as if there were not improvement, are you saying that there was improvement from the 2018 report? You just added objectives to do a deeper dive? Is that what you're saying?
That's a good way to put it. I'd be pleased to send you a copy of that 2018 report. I think what you'll find is that the performance in other categories is significantly higher. We went back and retested categories that weren't as successful, plus we added additional ones that we may have gotten feedback about previously to test for compliance in different areas than we've looked at before.
That's helpful to know, and I would appreciate getting that prior 2018 report. Commander, may I ask you then, sir, what is your game plan in terms of addressing the findings in the report and ensuring higher compliance in the future?
Yes, ma'am. So in looking at the audit is from October of 19 through March 31st of 2020. And immediately when we received the audit from Audit Division last year, we took a hard look at the identified failures. And as mentioned in 2A, parental notification, in comparison of 18, we're at a 78%, but we did identify, and this is where the problem, where all the training that I'll mention in a minute has taken place, but 14 of the 19 failures, there was documentation of parental notification, but it just wasn't on the JSAR as required. So not trying to make an excuse here, but the JSAR is specific and the report is pretty detailed and thorough. So the level of review that on that specific report was not there. In review of body worn arrest reports, there was parental notification that was made. However, it wasn't transferred properly over to the JSAR, in which I will now discuss the training that took place in September 15th of 2020. The Office of Operations published documentation of juvenile phone calls and parental notification. So that took place in September. We immediately identified that, you know, when officers were arresting juveniles in the field, the term taken into custody, the actual time is the arrest that occurs in the field. So there was some issues in regards to what that actually meant. So we clarified that. We also conducted a juvenile arrest supplemental report roll call training that took place DP11, which were the dates would be September 27th through October 24th of 2020. And then in the current build of our RMS system, we're asking, you know, that in the course of that report that there is identifiers in regards to the timeliness where information would be highlighted in red or a pop-up would occur if a juvenile was taken into custody and we were meeting the different requirements or the requirements of phone calls and things weren't adhered to in a timely manner. So I think that will help facilitate from a notification standpoint. In December 2020, I issued a badge note and sent that out to all the bureau chiefs in the area commands in regard to processes of juvenile arrest. So that was in December. And then we directed our detectives, juvenile detectives at each area command in December as well of 2020 regarding the documentation process and the notification. So not to make excuses, as I mentioned, our failure is in the documentation and the review process. You would think with the levels of review that we have in place from the sergeant, watch commander, detective, we would catch on a juvenile JSAR supplemental where this was not documented. Chief Grimala has actually, from our OO, we're doing our own internal audit in regards to this. because time now has passed with some, and hoping we have some better results. And I'm confident that with the amount of effort that went into this audit and the redistribution of the requirements and policy and admin order regarding JSAR, we should be better, is my hope and expectation.
Thank you, Commander. Appreciate that explanation. Obviously, with respect to juveniles, we want to be sure, and I know the department does, but certainly the commission wants to be sure that all the rules, requirements of notification to parents are being followed to the absolute letter. So I appreciate the efforts you're undertaking there. Further questions from commissioners? If you have any, please let me know. Commissioner Bonner.
Yeah, this is just a quick question about the manual, 21880, and which requires that the notification be within an hour, and you notify whether it's the parent, the guardian, etc., that the juvenile's been detained and the location. Does it also there or any other part of the manual require you to also provide information on why they've been detained?
Let me check my report here real quick. The parental notification, I would say yes, but I do not believe that there is a why aspect to that. Our expectation of our officers in the field is to provide as much information to parents as possible when a juvenile is arrested or during the notification process, that we are explaining the why this juvenile was taken in for what reason. But the exactness and requirement of that, I'm not seeing it.
So if you could just send me a note on that, just point me to whatever the requirement is. And also just one other minor clarification from what you're saying. Is the officer in the field that the one that's making the notification?
It can be. If we take a juvenile, if there's a juvenile arrested in the field, there is in-person notifications to parents, and that's where we've missed a few, on our review of this, that you're making an in-person notification, and that is then not getting transcribed back to the JSAR, which the officer could easily put notification in the field with parental contact information as required in the report with the time. But obviously that wasn't done, which would necessitate the failure in this inspection, but it can be done in the field.
Appreciate that. So yeah, if you just let me know what the rule is with regard to the why question.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Seeing none. Oh, Commissioner Conchi, sorry.
Just really quick, President Decker. I appreciate the fact that there's kind of an internal audit. I just wanted to ask you, President Decker, if that can be scheduled as soon as that's completed, just so that we can see any improvements, since this is so important.
Apologies, I forgot to unmute.
No worries.
Occupational hazard these days. Mr. Chief Hank, if we could add that to the list of things that I'm giving you to follow up on, please. I would appreciate it that we get a follow-up from Commander Rinkunis in some form regarding the follow-up to the audit, his internal process and procedure, and the status of this. We understand Audit Division has their schedule for the year, and we're not trying to interfere with that, but to get a report back from Commander Rinkunis about the
report back just to see how we're doing.
Exactly. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, then I'll call the matter forward. By the way, thank you again to Audit Division for all of their work. We very much appreciate your diligence and your work in presenting these matters. And Commander Rinkunis, we appreciate the seriousness with which OO is taking all of these requirements. So thank you all. The recommended board action is to approve the department's report. I will move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? All opposed? Thank you. It passes 5-0. Thank you, commissioners. That concludes our regular agenda. Madam Secretary, we will now move into closed session, please.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda item 4A1 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you very much.
soon as we have all the commissioners reconnecting, we'll close out today's session. Just give us a moment, please. All right, we do have all the commissioners are back. Our Inspector General is here. Mr. Tiefenk, we've returned from closed session. Would you please read out the matter?
Yes, Madam President. Commission has concluded its work in closed session as relates to item 4A1, officer involved shooting number 018-20. The commission's findings were unanimous, 5-0, adopting the recommendation of the chief of police, which was tactics, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 3. Drawing and exhibiting, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 3. Lethal use of force, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 3. That concludes the report out.
Thank you very much. The only thing left for today is to move to adjourn. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. I'll take that as a second. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? Very well. We have now adjourned and we stand in recess until our next scheduled meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stand adjourned, I should say. Bye-bye.
Bye.